Hang on a second. Just give me a moment. Go to the washroom real quick. You're having a good day or a good morning. What we got? You live on the other side of the world, alongside many, many other people. That's part of my audience. Hence the reason why I stream at this time. Man, I'm gonna tell you right now, I did not have a good night's sleep last night. It was hard for me to get any sort of sleep last night. I'm feeling tired today, but I'll power through. Okay. Hello. Continuing on with the PGR hype train. Let me just do like this. Just did that a while ago. Actually, where's the event? Where is it? Event shop. I need, oops. I need this. Just let me do this real quick and then we'll get started with the story. Not this. This one. Yep. And this one, change. Yep. Perfect. Okay. It'll pass. Days. Alrighty. So, today will be Reverie, Floating Reverie, Hanying story. Don't know how long this will be. I imagine it'll be around maybe 4 hours long of a read. I'm interested in this one. Because the last thing I remember of Hanying was that she, well, clearly she's not dead since this is her story, but she did quote-unquote die during Pulau's story. Or at the end of Pulau's story. Alrighty. Her shape. even amidst the teeming crowd. Hope you can get some good ZZZ. Yeah, I was thinking like after this stream, I was gonna take a shower and then like chill on my bed for a while. Maybe take a nap or maybe just start sleeping from there. Funny enough, showers don't really... I typically like to take a shower in the like late at night, late in the evening, because it's nice to feel refreshed going before going to bed, for me at least. But okay. Even amidst the teeming crowd, the drumstick and dual clappers in the storyteller's hands stand out with startling clarity. Would you like a cup of tea? Nestled against a gray tile wall, the stall beckons with its warmly lit lantern. The light, a blend of soft yellow and vibrant red, illuminates a big word written on it: tea. In the vibrant tapestry of a night market during the season, it is wise to savor the tea last. It serves as a refreshing finale, cleansing a stuffed stomach and ensuring that one does not carry the lingering aroma of market food upon returning home. The stall waiter does not wallow in rejection. Instead, he swiftly redirects his energy, darting toward the other pedestrians meandering by. Grab something to eat. Hawthorn berries or snacks? I haven't made up my mind yet. This is Pula. She shakes her head. Take your time. The night is still young. You can think about it when taking a look around. We're only at the entrance of the market. There's much more waiting for you inside. You seem to know this place really well. Yeah, I know everything about this market. What each stall sells, where to find the tastiest food, and even the names of the stall owners. Let's go further inside. The night is still young. Fresh tangulu here. Fresh flowers here. Is the street always this bustling after the shows every night? The dance troupe is located at the very south end of this street. After the performances conclude, everyone here, whether as a dancer or an audience member, becomes a diner once they set foot in this alley. Only the most seasoned and nostalgic patrons know the true charm of heading straight to the tea stall after the performance. They savor the tea, indulge in a few snacks, listen to tales, and then head home, their hearts and stomachs equally satiated. By the next morning, the street finally succumbs to tranquility. Yet, as the afternoon rolls in, the vibrant energy returns with people gathering once more. As 6 o'clock approaches, the crowd starts to disperse, some heading toward the night market, while others return home. It's a bit tiring, but also very fun. That's the spirit. Mrs. Gongsun, the sword dance instructor, is known for her strictness, but her sword dance is second to none in the city. Got it. I'll do my best to learn from her. Isn't this blah blah blah? What a rare sight at the night market. This frickin' dude. Nice to see you. I came with my little sister to kill some time. I've been hearing good news about your troupe, and it looks like your sister's lighting up the stage just like you. Guess there's something to be said for city life over ship life, eh? Just so you know, that offer I made before still stands. I'll pay you twice as much if you ever feel like switching jobs. That's really not needed. I'm quite happy with how things are at the moment, but we do appreciate your generous offer, thank you. The rotund man manages a laugh, a pipe cradled in his hand. He gestures toward the interior of his stall, prompting a waiter to swiftly emerge, a bag of delicacies in hand. Here, I've got some appetizers from Six Hearts and dim sum from Pei Shilin. Take them home. Take them back home. Don't have a kid going hungry at this age, huh? You're planning on staying at the night market a bit longer, aren't you? These would also make a nice breakfast for tomorrow morning. We can't take them for free. Don't be shy now. Take these. They didn't set me back much. It's okay, but don't forget. Thank you. Isn't she a sweetheart? All right, I won't keep you two any longer. I've got more prep to do. It's a bustling night in town. The man gives a wave, his sizable belly nudging the greenish-gray curtain in front of him. He then disappears into the stall right after. Look, sis, it's a huge bag of food. This one, the one wrapped in lotus leaves, it smells amazing. Let's save these for tomorrow morning. Why? The food won't taste as good if we eat it too late. Because we are staying for the night market tonight, and then we can enjoy all the food together tomorrow morning. Sugar painting. The hustle and bustle of this narrow alley extend all the way to the end, nestled amidst the spectacular nocturnal view of Kowloon. The night is still young. Hello there. Would you like some sugar paintings? Our maple and malt syrups are freshly made. We have animals, plants, and some story characters. Take a look and see which one you like. There are so many options. I just can't decide. Pick whichever one you like. I'll take this. This one has just been painted. It's 2 grubs. Let me pack it up for you. 2 grubs. Takes out 2 grubs from the pocket. But where did you go? The sugar painting she took away is indeed nowhere to be seen at the stall anymore. Not far from here, she is walking between a man and a woman, her back turned this way. Does the sugar painting taste sweet? Daddy wants a bite too. What's your age, huh? You shouldn't be snatching food from a little kid. Miss, is this yours? A somewhat indifferent voice echoes from behind. The voice belongs to a handsome young man, with another person standing beside him. They seem extraordinarily close. The thing on my neck, it's gone? Is this yours? The young man repeats his words, this time with a softer tone. A fan? However, the hand fan reveals nothing but pure blankness. I believe this is what you dropped earlier. Keep it well this time. Mechanoid. Kowloon isn't restraining your freedom, even providing shelter for you. And your way of showing gratitude is by scattering your things all around. The young man shakes his head, pointing toward the distance for the person standing next to him. Mashu, let's go. There's more over there that you haven't seen. Mashu. The figure next to the young man follows him away. Mom, take this. You don't want to eat it anymore? Because it's really sweet. And this, Dad can have it. Oh, the sugar's melting. So sweet. The child accompanied by her parents. Go join them. Life must feel very happy living with your own parents like this. Yeah. Go join them. Go join them. Would you like a cup of tea? Nestled against a gray tile wall, the stall beckons with its warmly lit lantern. The light, a blend of soft yellow and vibrant red, illuminates a big word written on it. Tea. Grab something to eat. Hawthorn berries or snacks? Hawthorn berries are those sweet and sour fruits, right? I'll have some. So, they are put together on a bamboo skewer like this, huh? Let's see. Yes! Home run! You want to try some? A question never heard. Try some. Want to try some? The girl picks a tongulu from the dessert stand next to the tea stall and eagerly takes a bite. Whoa, what a bizarrely sour taste. Definitely one of the top 3 sourest sweets I've ever had. Wait, this never happened before. We never buy tongulu here. We will get a bag of food, grab some night snacks, and then buy a sugar painting with 2 grubs. But it's not bad to have something sour once in a while. You'll never know unless you give it a try. Or does your friend prefer something sweet? friend. Right, your friend. Because he seemed to have been waiting for someone. Nanami too, once waited for her friends in a place so far away, they couldn't even reach her. Felt very lonely. So when I saw you, I couldn't resist coming over to talk to you. Oops, I should have told you this earlier. Please don't be mad at Nanami. It's okay. Lonely. Or just say, real. Where did the real feeling come from? Nanami. Is that your name? Bingo! Nanami is Nanami. What's your name? My name. You're just a tool, and this simulated AI right now is just a test. You don't need a name. Don't need a name. But you can't live without a name. Can't live without a name. That's your name. Belongs to you, and no one else. My name. A name like Nanami. Nanami, did you find your friends? Well, since they couldn't come over, Nanami drove a huge robot and went to look for them. No, this is not real. A warm sensation emanates from the tips of fingers. The gray-haired girl holds my hand. Sis, let's go there. Is there real? What is real? Find her. After finding Mom and Dad, let's go look for. Beyond the program. Beyond the command. I am heartless. My heart. Says. She awaits on the other side, amidst the crowd. The people next to that figure are long gone, leaving the figure alone. I'm sorry. Yo-Yo? Right, that was Pula's name. Her name was Yo-Yo. Every member of the Church of Machina has their own dedicated room. For example, Haikma's room is relatively simple, yet filled with all kinds of manga books. On the other hand, Cervantes' room is cluttered with a plethora of art tools, which are covered in dust due to the long absence of their owner. However, among all the members, Xavier has the biggest room. Under the vast 10-meter-high ceiling, countless shelves stand in line, accompanied by an array of machines and laboratory equipment designed for every facet of production, processing, and maintenance. Of course, technically this space should be considered a shared lab of the church. However, from the very beginning, Xavier has been the only one willing to spend every day here. Xavier's Magic Workshop. That was Nanami's comment on this room. And in response, Xavier even ordered a sign to hang on the door. Good morning. Cervantes, your painting board, the one you wanted a scanner and added to, is all set. It's over there. Grab it yourself. He's colorful. Thanks. Are you reading? Gang 3-6 instruction set. By the end of the Shuhai Gate, all the compilation structures are seen as. Are you following this? It feels like I'm reading an alien language. Sorry, I don't know much about it either. For all the places you've been to, shame on you. Traveling there doesn't mean I have to understand its language and technologies. Fine, I'll figure it out myself. A general introduction to the art of Kowloon programming. Why are you reading this? It could be useful one day. Moreover, you mean her? Yeah, she's been here since the church was established. To some degree, she's indeed a witness to the tumultuous ebb and flow the church has experienced. A mechanoid storage pod is positioned at the loftiest point in Xavier's workshop. She wasn't always set in such an elevated, inaccessible location. However, after countless unsuccessful attempts, the church was left with no choice but to let her continue her slumber. I've been picking up some subtle self-check signals since Sage met her. I'm thinking that she may wake up herself one day. Do you know that the look on your face is like what? Like a doctor, filled with a mix of frustration, curiosity, and excitement, who faces an unconscious patient afflicted with a rare disease. No one has ever described my facial expression that way. I'll keep note of it. But has she talked like this before? Talk? It's like the storage pod at the highest place, right? Listen carefully. This is the first time we detected such an activity signal, and the coding system is compatible with ours. This should be her voice. Ladder. Move the ladder over. I need to check the indexes. Power it up quickly. Wait, don't touch anything. I'll handle this. You go find someone to help her move her down. Okay. Voice recording ends. Instruction Shin 552N07 missing. Skip. Skip missing instructions. Loading visual module. Hi. Bonjour. Ni hao. Can you hear me? With his mechanical arm, Xavier gently pats the translucent glass pod, long blanketed in a thick layer of dust. Yet the mechanoid in the pod can only make a futile attempt to open her mouth, as if she has forgotten how to speak and cannot produce any sound. The language system hasn't been fully activated. Let me see. How about this? I'm linking your memory shell signal to our self-compiling system. This way we can communicate without needing a language or sound system. Give it another try. Yo. Who are you? Where am I? Good. Awesome. Sage did awaken you. My name's Xavier, and we're at the Church of Machina. What's the Church of Machina? Is this another dream? Dream? Is the environmental perception not completed yet? I need to give some parameters another tweak. Yo-yo. Huh? My name's not Yo-yo. I'm Xavier. Why do I feel something's off with the cognitive module as well? Hey, Xavier. What are you doing up there? The already cluttered workshop becomes even more crowded with the sudden arrival of several mechanoids. Cervantes is forced to compact himself to make room for the bulky Death and Chariot. Compared to the bulk of Trailblazer and Spooner, Cervantes boasts a much more slender body. Meanwhile, inside the workshop, Xavier is up on an almost 8-meter-high ladder, carefully inspecting the topmost level of the shelf. I could only find Spooner and Blaze, so I asked them to accompany me. Arcana is on the way here and should arrive shortly. Zero and Emperor are currently not in the church. Xavier, it's getting too cramped in here. Can we talk in the hall? My hat. Blaze, could you tuck your rear wings in? Sorry, Cervantes. Cervantes retrieves his hat, which was knocked off by Trailblazer, and firmly presses it back onto his head to prevent it from being dislodged again. I heard from Cervantes that a new member woke up. Oh, sorry, Xavier. I didn't mean to do that. Conscious of the limited space, Spooner tries to reposition himself at a more accommodating angle. However, the sound of a device shattering underfoot interrupts his maneuver. Forget about it. You two arrived just in time. Come and give me a hand. Xavier slides down the ladder to the ground, pushing aside the piled-up devices to make room for the storage pod. He then gestures toward the highest shelf level, indicating for the two to head over there. Bring that down. All my maintenance tools are on the floor and I can't get them up there. I need to do another check on her. Right here. I'm sure we'll have enough space if we bring that down. It should be just enough, I think. Is she the member Gear brought back a long time ago? That's right. Thanks to the revelation of Sage, she finally woke up. And of course, thanks to my new member. Trailblazer suddenly raises his voice and leaps into the air with excitement, floating next to the shelf. And as unexpected results, the gust of air from his engine once again sends Cervantes' hat tumbling to the ground. My, why did you get so worked up? Of course I would get worked up. Just think about it. How long has it been since we last had a new member join us? It's a great thing worth celebrating. Hey, be careful. It's made of glass. Spinner, hurry up and help him. Blaze isn't cut out for delicate work. Then, sorry about this. Despite Spooner's best efforts to tread carefully, the sound of shattering devices still echoes around the room with each step he takes toward the shelf. Yet, to Xavier, these appear to be trivial matters unworthy of his attention, as he seems to be just as excited as Trailblazer. Spooner leans against the ladder, providing solid support from beneath the pod, while Trailblazer, floating in the air, carefully lifts the pod from above, lowering it step by step. As the dull thud of the glass pod touching down on the ground continues to resonate in the room, Xavier eagerly wipes the small window with a towel. Human! Don't talk nonsense, Blaze. Miss Alfred. How long? You've been to How long? No, I haven't. I've just heard some stories about that place. Hey, can you see us? Xavier waves his hand toward her, and through the hazy glass, he sees her eyes and lips quiver, yet no sound comes from her. It seems the visual module is working fine. The vocal module is still loading. Imagine everything in eggshell. Be very delicate. For a Calong product like this, I might need to do some further tweaking on its interface protocol to enhance compatibility. What a nerd. I'm just kidding. Xavier pulls a few cables from the countless piles scattered on the ground on the floor, connecting them to the pod. He then walks away, heading toward the shelves at the back, muttering something under his breath. Hey, Xavier. I need to find something. I remember that Gear brought some replacement parts with her. About this lady. Why have I never heard of her? Xavier should have mentioned to you about a comrade who has been unable to wake up. Huh? Has he? You have to stop drinking engine oil or you'll lose all your memory data. I didn't learn about it from Xavier, but from Arcana and Sage. A few days ago, when Sage returned for supply, both Arcana and Sage approached Xavier. They were discussing something about Sage checking on a comrade who had been asleep for a long time, and I just happened to be passing by that day. She's one of the first comrades that Gear brought back, but despite all our attempts, we couldn't wake her up. Having said that, Cervantes shifts his gaze away from the storage pod on the ground and lets out a quiet sigh. Good work, everyone. Xavier, you did well. When Xavier emerges from the depths of the shelves, he carries a large wooden crate in his hands. At the same time, Arcana walks into the workshop and approaches Hanying. Thanks to Sage's guidance, you have finally awakened. Time has not managed to dust her soul. Arcana gently places her hand on the pod, her gaze focused on the figure within, seemingly oblivious to the dust that dances in the air around her. The indices are improving, and the vocal module has also completed loading. I'm going to open the pod, alright? Do we need to move away? Absolutely not. Do you think this is some retro sci-fi flick where mist comes pouring out the moment the hatch opens? Please, we've been using high-tech protective gases since like forever. Xavier. All set. Xavier suddenly adopts an overly dramatic expression. Then, with a thrill that exceeds anyone else's, he eagerly presses the button. As the glass hatch gradually opens, her suspended time begins to flow once more. She finds herself surrounded by mechanoids of various shapes and forms, a spectacle that would never be witnessed on the Niter. Welcome. Arcana's smile is as warm as ever, radiating a heartfelt welcome to the awakening comrade. May I know your name? Name? Then that will be your name, miss. It belongs to you and no one else. Hanying. My name is Hanying. She's so pretty. Abundantly, the Millet flourishes, sprouting grains anew. I tread softly, distancing. My heart begins to sigh. Those who receive me, yield a sorrowful decree. The ones oblivious query what it is I seek. O heavens, so vast and high peak, who shall be responsible for this? My lady? Lady Chu. I'm here. The street lamp projects a silhouette onto the bench, and the owner of this shadow casts a longing gaze upon the river ahead. The flowing water, in turn, ushers the depths of the night downstream, far beyond the city's confines. What's the time? It's just after 12 o'clock. Okay, tell me about it. Her gaze stays unbroken, as though she were talking with the river itself. The medic outside has reported that the condition of the Fushi member, the one you instructed him to attend to earlier, is unfortunately not very promising. He's concerned about things getting rushed and potentially incurring your disapproval, so he opts to relay the message ahead of time. Bai Gui, do you know what is this place? The completely unrelated question catches Bai Gui off guard. I've heard about it from the Suani scholars. This place is the birthplace of the city of Kowloon. From here, Kowloon was built, piece by piece, extending all the way to the ocean along the river. Unsure of Chu's intentions, Bai Gui still responds to her question, maintaining a respectful posture with his head bowed. The Suani scholars. Only the heavens know how many times they've perused the mounting pile of records and journals in the archive. For the erudite, delving into history is an obligatory path, while inscribing history is their glorified noble calling. They only know to grasp tightly at history, but refuse to lift their gaze even once, like fish living in the stagnant waters of historical records. Yet, this ancient river had already carved its path through this land before Kowloon was even named Kowloon. Nothing can alter it, not Kowloon, not even the punishing virus. Rising from the bench, Chu falls into a quiet contemplation as she faces the river. It is only now that Bai Gui notices several aged antique books on the bench where Chu was sitting. Have you handled everything up there? You mean... I want to go there and take a look. Is that one still alive? Yes, that's for sure, but... I see. I'll go get things ready. Suppressing the doubt in his heart, Bai Gui complies with Chu's request. His figure soon vanishes into the Kowloon night, accompanied by a light blue wave of air. In light or in shade, judge or commend, I must pursue my mission to the end. The lingering voice of the green figure dissipates with the river breeze. The pages of a book, seemingly immune to the wind, turn over to reveal a new chapter. One step, 2 steps, from losing balance to regaining balance. The ruler of Kowloon is not permitted to lose her composure, yet every sense, every receptor within her was echoing loudly, transmitting a signal labeled real to her mind. Everything can't be more familiar, yet every time she returns here, she feels as though she's losing control of her own body. The same goes for the city. Following that battle, all members of the Kowloon crew retreated back to the observatory within Kowloon, severing nearly all connections with the outside world. The remaining Kowloon crew members who are still stationed in the city and have yet to enter Tabula Akasha consist of a few Fushi members responsible for maintenance and a handful of medics. In total, their number is just a few dozen. She does indeed live. For them, Kowloon and Tabula Akasha mean everything in their life. Lady Chu, Hung Ji, who has been awaiting Chu at the encampment, makes a move to greet her upon her arrival, but is quickly halted. There's no need. Hung Ji restrains his slightly hunched back, attempting to conceal the signs of his aging posture. Aging, an inevitable fate that every Kowloon crew member stationed within the city must eventually face. Even though the Fushi crew have adapted mainstream construct technology from the outside world after the Battle of Kowloon, their age and physical condition are no longer conducive to any construct reconstruction. When the appropriate time comes, you should prioritize backing up your data as soon as possible. I updated my data backup last month, but it hasn't been uploaded to Tabula Akasha yet. I've been considering backing up everyone's data here and uploading them all together. Time's running out. By the way, after Baigui delivered the message, Kungju requested a private meeting with you. That's fine. I remember her. Nice to know that you remember her. That was so long ago when I went through Kowloon Metropolis and Lost Chapter. Chu pushes open the door, which wasn't fully closed to begin with, and finds a Fushi member known as Kangju quietly lying in bed. Chu, how are you? Still alive, but I only have a few days left. It's likely due to multiple organ failure. They should have a detailed diagnosis. Knowing that my death is imminent is enough for me. I don't wish to delve into the specifics of how I will die. You still have the choice not to die. Tabula Akasha. His throat rattles as he forces out a dry chuckle. Death is death. I have no desire to resist it and become some cyber ghost. I've lived long enough. This is your choice, but still my promise will always stand. Speaking of promises, if it wasn't for the promise you made, perhaps I wouldn't have lived long enough to even have this choice. Let the past be the past, Kangju. Don't call me Kangju. My name is always Richard. You still consider yourself a member of the Cradle to this day? Perhaps on the day when Villiers destroyed the organization, the Cradle had already died. But the real Cradle that lives in my heart has never ceased to exist. The pursuit of freedom in technology and information, and the creation of a new world have always remained constant in my mind. For me, it is the real Cradle. But not everyone in that organization shares the same beliefs as you do. That's why the Cradle was corrupted by Yin and became involved in the assassination attempt against us. Yes, perhaps the code that invaded the Musashi at that time also contained a peace of mind that was left in the Cradle. You were taken in by Villiers before that. Richard, your dream died the moment you joined the Chaofeng crew, and later became a member of Fushi. You're right. If I were the person I was at the very beginning, I would have never allowed you to take me in. Nor would I have delivered the message about that revenge to the Nighter. Even though I'm working for KCZ nowadays, I'm still acting based on my own visions and beliefs. Villiers indeed destroyed the organization, and for this, he shall brace himself for the price of retribution. All I did was offer a gentle warning, but their eyes were blinded by hatred. Failure was inevitable. So what now? You want to execute me for treason? The old Fushi member taunts Chu with a mocking tone, as if he were still the youthful man he was decades ago. That's the Beyond Crew's job. I don't think they would agree to give a death sentence to someone who is on the verge of dying. A death sentence is actually not bad, don't you think? Better dying this way, at least. Having said that, Richard retrieves a terminal from the cabinet beside him and hands it to Chu. What is this? Everything about the Cradle is stored here, past and present, including that assassination targeting Villiers on the Nighter, as well as the whereabouts of those involved. Should I doubt its authenticity? You should doubt its exclusiveness. You should be glad that Beyond didn't come with me. Like I said before, I don't fear death. Everything I once loved has vanished with the passage of time. There's nothing left for me to fear now. After these many years, I've only realized one thing. Time channels all possibilities toward the same endpoint, although some prefer to attribute this to fate. Everyone has their own endpoint. It's all the same. Hang on a second. I will be right back. I'm back. Man. Ugh. Hope everyone's week has been great. New Year just around the corner. Yep, New Year is just around the corner. Okay, let me take a drink of water here. All right. Another home. What snacks you bring today? I don't. Well, I ate food already before stream, so I don't have anything right now. But I actually did bring back like a little lollipop that I have. I found in the kitchen. I was like, "Hey, a lollipop. Maybe a little bit of sugar will perk me up." So that's all I got here. I'll try not to let the lollipop like interrupt the reading too much. Tell me, what flavor of engine oil would you typically prefer in Gala? I don't know, man. Engine oil? No, we usually don't drink that. It's either some other drinks or a tea. Or you crash in sugar. Don't worry. It's not a whole lot of sugar. Luckily, I don't have too much sugar. I see. Lift your left hand. Tea. What tea? A drink obtained by soaking plant leaves in water. Of course I know what tea is. What kind of flavor? You see, I don't have a taste module. Speaking of the devil, I should get one someday. It starts out with a bitter flavor, gradually giving way to a subtle, sweet undertone. I love tea. Alright. I heard you guys have 4 ways to write a simulation state machine. Is that true? A simulation state machine is... It's a thing used to adjust the simulation level by judging the external states. That said, Xavier even taps his head with the wrench he's holding, creating a resounding clink. Every high simulation design like you has one stored right here. That's a nice dress. It is. If I remember correctly, she's like a dancer. Sorry, I don't know much about this field. Wait, this kind of component can be replaced by a cheaper one, right? I think it has an extension hub. How about giving Mr. Handy a shot? Sure, it's a bit aged, but it does the job just fine. Now it might not rival the quality of the original Kowloon piece, but its versatility makes it a solid choice. Using his makeshift work arm, Xavier hoists another multi-purpose mechanical arm, presenting it to Hanying. Even as he showcases his latest creation to Hanying, Xavier never lets his ongoing work miss a beat. Sorry if I end up sounding weird at some points. I got that lollipop, so. This is the famous Mr. Handy. What do you think? Want to give it a try? Just as Xavier finishes his sentence. It's grape flavored. The mechanical arm suspended in the air abruptly extends, morphing into 5 distinct firearms. It's capable of unleashing rapid thermal ion shocks and deploying positronic holy nerd, deploying positronic acceleration cannons. I might as well just like close my nostrils, sound all nasally and shit. It's very cool indeed, but I don't think it suits me. Not your style. No worries. Remember, if you ever have a change of heart, you're always welcome back. Okay. The mechanical arm in front of her promptly retracts, while Xavier remains engrossed in his final inspection of Hanying. In those initial days, her desperation to return to Kowloon was so acute that she contemplated embarking on her journey even before the completion of the repairs to her damaged frame. Most strikingly, for a moment, she grappled with the notion that she was in the company of mechanoids possessing a heart and a soul. She even questioned whether she was still ensnared in a dream. But when Arcana managed to soothe her frayed nerves and filled her in about Sage Machina and the gray-haired girl she met in her dream, she found herself with no alternative but to accept the reality. Xavier, too, concurred that, considering the state of her frame at that time, there was a high probability that Hanying would not even make it halfway through her return journey before being irreversibly scrapped due to a catastrophic malfunction. And the Church of Machina would never let such a fate befall any comrade that it has taken under its wing. Damn it, Another instruction set full of Kowloon characters. I don't have much Kowloon mechanoid data. But this will not stop the omnipotent Xavier. You may cast doubt upon any tale in the world, but casting doubt upon Xavier? That's certainly not an option. Xavier, in a characteristic quirk, scratches his non-existent chin, all the while wearing an unusually excited expression on his features. Completed. He reminds me of, like, Pathfinder from Apex. Like this, I ended up using all the parts that came from Kowloon with you. Now you're running way better than your original frame. The faint figure mirrored on the glass represents everything she has now. Thank you, Xavier. I don't know how to express my gratitude to you. You and everyone else in the church have helped me a lot during these days. Hey, no sweat. Helping a comrade out is just part of the gig. I mean, come on. I'm Xavier. Xavier straightens his back, radiating an air of pride. Are these replacement parts sent along with me? Yep, the box is still over there. Following the line of Xavier's pointed finger, there sits an old wooden crate, clearly out of place in the workshop, not far from the maintenance bench. Oh, I almost forgot. This should be yours too, but Gear brought it back separately. Xavier pulls out a palm-sized storage drive and places it into Hanying's hand. Even though the colors on the emblem and the tassel pendant have faded, the relentless bite of time only serves to reminder of the memories and pain from that period. Yo-Yo. You're saying that name a lot, even before you completely awakened. It's a person who's very important to me. A person? Noticing the subtle change in Hanying's expression, Xavier stops asking. Xavier, Xavier! Suddenly, the workshop door is flung open. A gaggle of children bursts in, shattering the quietude. Xavier, we want new toys! Toys, toys! It's Hanying, Hanying! Huh? The children swarm the workshop in an instant, their chatter filling the room as they enthusiastically gather around Xavier and Hanying. The Church of Makina never truly adopts human children. These children are in fact Hierophant's psychological experiments designed to emulate the psychological state of human children. With Hierophant absent, these children have been left under Xavier's care, and Hanying, who has been spending most of her time in the workshop for maintenance recently, has naturally become their playmate. Calm down, I'm here. Who wants a new toy? Me! A smile graces Xavier's monitor as the small mechanoids surround him. Dance, dance! I want to dance too! Hanying, can I borrow your fan? Hey, you! It's okay. Hanying gently pats the head of the little girl standing before her, treating the mechanoid as if she were a real human child. She carefully folds her fan, hands it over to the little girl, her movements gentle and deliberate. Be careful with it, will you? Unfold it like this. That's right. Don't scratch your hand. It's pretty. I want to dance like Hanying when I grow up. Alright, when you're a bit older, I can teach you how to dance. It's a promise then. Overcome with excitement, the little girl jumps up and embraces Hanying. She then begins to fiddle with Hanying's fan, her small hands exploring its folds within the hustle and bustle of the workshop. To simulate the development of human minds, these mechanoids are set to follow the most primitive impulses within the logic of their programming. In other words, their requests and perceptions are very basic and unambiguous. What's good is good, and what's bad is bad. Hierophant wants to replicate the development of human minds through this kind of simulation experiment. Alright. Gosh, my hat! Don't snatch it away! Can human hearts be simulated? That's what the guy said, and I'm just lending him a hand. Wait, does Hierophant think of me as his omnipotent babysitting mechanoid? I like the art right there. Alright, stop. If you make any more noise, I'll have Miss Hikma here to teach you math. Xavier's threat appears to be extraordinarily effective. The children, who were previously clambering over him in a scramble for his hat, suddenly seem to realize their misbehavior. They quietly hop to the ground, their movements indicating a newfound sense of regret. If it weren't for Hierophant, I would have never allowed you in my cherished workshop. Freya, give the fan back to Hanying, will you? It's time for the class. The mechanoid named Freya, showing the same level of care as Hanying, meticulously folds the fan and hands it back. Thank you, Hanying. Be a good student, alright? I will. Hanying, teach me how to dance next time. Sure, it's a deal. The petite mechanoid radiates a joyful smile toward Hanying and then bounces in Xavier's direction. Now, who wants a little gift? Me, I want one. Huh? But it's just a bunch of cogs. This is the origin of everything. The source of creation. I really don't understand you kids. These are treasures. You get it? Treasures. Then I'll exchange these cogs for your hat. Hey, who told you to say that? How could you take advantage of logic holes like that, you little... As the previous tension dissipates, the small mechanoids energetically spring back into action, snatching once again for his hat. Amidst this lively chaos, Hanying offers Xavier a nod of gratitude, and then exits the bustling workshop. Gosh darn kids. When the heavy door of the workshop swings shut once more, the world outside falls back into a tranquil silence, creating a stark contrast to the lively scene within. Xavier's workshop is located on the second floor. From the hallway leading to the workshop's entrance, one can gaze upon a commanding and somewhat ominous structure known as the Grey Tower in the middle of the hall. Despite bearing the name of a tower, the structure is actually an intricate amalgamation of numerous towers, each varying in size and stature. The closer they are to the core of the edifice, the loftier these towers rise. A silent torrent of data courses through the intricate circuitry of the Grey Tower, and the only testament to this hidden river of information is the mesmerizing display of lights that dance across. Positioned behind the Grey Tower, grand light windows and mechanized curtain walls emanate a dim, white luminescence. This muted glow bathes the Grey Tower, creating slender, quivering shadows that ripple across the church hall. Everything flows into the Grey Tower, and eventually makes its way out. A somber yet soft voice compels Hanying to avert her gaze from the Grey Tower. In doing so, she becomes aware of the mechanoid beside her, who is dressed like a gentleman. Cervantes. The mechanoid named Cervantes doffs his hat and offers Hanying a slight nod in greeting. The unexpected display of politeness momentarily shocks her, but she quickly recovers and responds in kind to his courteous gesture. About that, what do you think? Cervantes, embodying the essence of a gentleman from a bygone era, gestures toward the Grey Tower with his hat before placing it back atop his head with grace. You mean that? The Grey Tower. That's its name. Functionally, it operates as the computing hub for the Church of Machina, while symbolically, it stands as a representation of the church itself. When I look at it, I feel a sense of dignity washing over me, as if all surrounding noise has hushed into silence. Solemn. Yes. Solemnity is one of the key elements I incorporated into its design. A place such as this requires trust, calm, and unity, eschewing conflict and dissent. These principles form the bedrock of the church. Additionally, the symbolism of what a tower can represent is quite expansive. Were you an architect, Cervantes? That's not entirely correct. My teacher was an artist, and it was from him that I acquired this knowledge. I drew inspiration from numerous human-made constructs, though regrettably, the majority have succumbed to the ravages of the punishing virus and the scourges of war. However, the marvels of Kowloon have endured, existing to varying degrees. You've been to Kowloon? Yes, I toured Kowloon with my teacher during the Golden Age. Following the outbreak of the punishing virus, I also ventured to the Niter. You went to the Niter too? Did you see a child there? No, a construct. She stands at this height, her hair gathered into a side ponytail, draped in a small cape, a cape that should be white. Hanying sifts through her memory data for the final impression of Yo-Yo, the figure who embraced her for the last time amidst the blazing lights. She wonders how Yo-Yo is doing now. I only stayed on the niter for a brief period of time, and you should know that the environment was not welcoming to outsiders. Furthermore, I must admit that I did not encounter the construct you mentioned. I'm sorry. An apologetic, bitter smile emerges on Cervantes' face, as if he can discern the disappointment reflected in Hanying's eyes. You came from the niter, right? A dim light radiates from Cervantes' hands, revealing a scene with which Hanying is intimately familiar. The niter. The Cervantes gives a gentle push with both hands, and the holographic projection of the sailing ship floating in his hands suddenly becomes much larger. The once tranquil hallways of the church have been transformed into a vibrant marketplace, alive with the crackle of fireworks, rows of stalls, bustling shops, gleaming glazed tiles, and elegant arches, sights unique to the niter. Steam rises from the food on the snack stall. Lanterns swaying under the eaves dance with the sea breezes, while the flickering of old oil lamps and the antique stores adds a layer of nostalgia, casting a retro ambiance. She reaches out, her hand moving to adjust the wick in hopes of brightening the lamp's glow, but the wick stubbornly flickers, not willing to change. You seem to be missing the ship, and that construct a lot. Hanying responds with a subtle nod and withdraws her hand, which is lighted up by the dim lamp. You prefer the company of human beings to that of your comrades of the church, right? I don't dislike staying with my own people, but before this, I've always been living with humans. I believe I grasp, to a certain extent, your sentiments. Unlike our fellow mechanoids, you and I have dwelt more extensively amidst the company of humans. You're the only one who dresses me in the human way during the time after I woke up. And the way you talk and behave is more like that of a human. It's likely attributable to the education, to a greater or lesser degree, that we have absorbed within human society. A look of hesitation briefly crosses Cervantes' face, an expression seldom observed upon his usually composed countenance. It may be offensive to bring this up, but word from Gear reached my ears that you opted for deactivation, or to phrase it more precisely, you chose self-destruction. Yes. You may have probably heard from others about a comrade of ours, known as Hierophant. He currently roams the globe, endeavoring to aid those mechanoids who exhibit tendencies toward self-destruction. If you harbor any concerns, a talk with him might prove beneficial. While he does not always stay in the church, he remains accessible for contact at your convenience here. Is this a pressing problem? After the awakening, a significant number of mechanoids have chosen self-destruction due to logic errors in their neural circuit. This stands as the foremost and urgent obstacle we mechanoids face on the path of awakening. The majority of mechanoids who opt for death, regrettably, are beyond rescue. They embrace termination from both a mental and physical standpoint. Why choose death? Why choose to end life? Because of not wanting to hurt loved ones. Because of not wanting to become a pawn manipulated by other people. Because of not wanting to break the promise once secretly made. No, it's different. I didn't want to simply go for self-destruction. There are other reasons. Because I have someone I must protect. I refuse to be under someone else's control and cause harm to her. Nor am I willing to be used as a puppet or tool by others. Generally speaking, this act is often referred to as sacrifice rather than self-destruction. You opted for sacrifice, not in self-interest, but for the sake of a human. Such a decision is exceedingly uncommon among mechanoids. In other words, this is something only a human with a heart and a soul can truly comprehend. Cervantes gives a quick wave, and with that simple motion, the Nighter's projection vanishes, abruptly exposing the stark and somber corridor before Hanying. My apologies for delving into such discomforting matters. It may be due to the lack of meaningful conversation I've had since my return to the church. No worries at all. I'm glad to have the chance to catch a glimpse of the Nighter as it used to be, especially after being away from Kowloon for so long. Speaking of which, it's been days since you woke up. What's your take on this place so far? Everyone has been very welcoming to me, and they've also helped me out a lot. And this is the first time I've actually seen so many mechanoids with a heart, or as you might say, awakened mechanoids. Before this, it was all just rumors to me. When Sage left the church, she mentioned that you had already started to awaken, or in other words, you had begun to grow a heart even before you went into your slumber. In the annals of the Church of Machina, the act of self-sacrifice for humanity's benefit is an extraordinary event. Without explicit orders, such a decision implies one profound conclusion. So this is heart. But I don't even know what a heart is. Can I still have one? I'm not sure either, but Sage indeed said so. Together, Hanying and Cervantes share a moment of silence, their gazes drawn to the grey tower standing not far away. Their stream of data quietly flows on, with both Hanying and Cervantes lost in their own thoughts, each submerged in memories too deep for words. I want you to be a storyteller, my teacher said to me. Ever since then, I've endeavored to craft my own story, just as he asked. I even used Teacher's legacy as the stage for that story, but to this day, I still don't understand how my own story should unfold. I want you to be a storyteller. A story that starts with this sentence would not necessarily become a compelling story. We may both have developed a heart through the influence of humans, crafting our narratives with the guidance they provided, and are now in the pursuit of our own distinct worth. But then what is also very important, Hanying. The construct may hold a significant place in your heart, yet it's the subsequent chapters, then what, that carry even greater importance. You mean, after finding Yo-Yo, then what? Staying by her side on the Nighter? No, we should go look for her parents in the city. These things are all related to Yo-Yo. After that, then what should I do? Laughter from children abruptly spills out from Xavier's workshop, a mirth slightly muted as it filters through the door, softened further by the Nighter's projection. Cervantes, Hierophant's children are all adorable. He would be very happy to hear your comment. They all know what they want. Toys, pretty things, or learning dance. It's just wonderful. Truly. Ooh. Serious music. Enveloped in the luminescence of the great tower, the church once again assembles within the hall. Wow, it's been a while since the church was this lively and bustling. Should we take a picture together now that Blaze is back as well? Xavier. Alright, I'm just trying to uplift the spirits here. We are gathered here to welcome yet another family member. Awakened from your slumber by Sage, the mechanoid from Kowloon, are you prepared to join our cause? Arcana extends a card made of coated paper toward Hanying, the card face not yet revealed. The light, a blend of rays from the great tower and the window, cascades onto the card, causing it to shimmer with a mosaic of orange and yellow reflections. Upon accepting the card, she will be recognized by the church and henceforth be known as a comrade among its members. Xavier bears the semblance of a wise magician. Trailblazer has taken up the mantle of the valiant chariot, and Cervantes dedicates all his effort to the Tower of Unity. Like them, upon receiving this card, she too shall be bestowed with a new name. Maybe this will mark the beginning of her then what journey. The light reflected by the card casts a warm glow, a stark contrast to the cool, frigid blue that envelops the hall. Based on the discernment of event logic gates and the reasoning within her logical circuit, she finds no cause to decline Arcana's offer. But another voice whispers in her memory shell. Just as a name comes with meaning and responsibilities, she has yet to complete her responsibilities as Hanying. My apologies, but I am not ready yet. I understand that you must be disappointed. After all, I have yet to repay you all for all the kindness you have shown me. But I cannot accept your invitation just yet, for I have unfinished business in Kowloon. You are not the first to reject our invitation right away, and I suppose you have your reasons. But please keep in mind that mechanoids will never be the same as humans. As an organization, the Church has worked since its beginning to unite the mechanoids, free us from suffering, and guide us all toward a future led by Sage. Even today, mechanoids from around the world continue to face threats from humans, the corrupted and the punishing, which I'm sure you are well aware of. You are right. I have been in a slumber until now precisely due to mankind's mindless hatred. But not all humans see mechanoids as tools and regard them with hate. Were it not for the connections I had with a few humans, I would not be who I am today, and would have lost the courage to live. I have made my promise to her to travel the world until we find Sage Machina and the heart that would make us more than just codes in a program. And you have found it. And you have met Sage too. But she is no longer with me. I can't be sure if the heart really does exist. She places her hand upon her chest, slightly to the lower left, as if trying to feel for the existence of a beating heart. Machine awakening, or a heart, or a soul? How exactly am I supposed to prove their existence? Hanying cannot see Arcana's expression against the light. I see. Arcana takes back the card she handed over earlier and clasps her hand in front of her like she always does. The Church will never force anyone to stay or leave. It is your freedom to make that decision. If the guidance of Sage cannot satisfy your quest for answers, then you must seek them out for yourself. But no matter where you travel to, the Church will always regard you as one of us. That is how it was, and how it's been. Arcana nods as she walks up to Hanying, and together they bathe in the dim light of the church. Please take care of yourself, Hanying. We still know very little about Kowloon. The road to Kowloon is a long one. Trailblazer, could you escort Hanying? Me? For sure. Can Trailblazers still do long-distance deliveries? Of course. We just need to attach a transport container to it when need be. My remodeled container is very aerodynamic and won't slow Blaze down one bit. What do you think, Hanying? That would be immensely helpful. Hanying is one of the most human-like mechanoids there is at the Church, except Arcana still makes her very feel much at home. The same way a mother would care about her child. If salvation is at the edge of the world, then lost souls will follow it to the end. From the church on Machina, she sets out on her journey home. I can't believe Arcana agreed to it so quickly. That's Arcana for you. It's for the best after all, and Hanying only said that she couldn't stay at the church for now. I feel something special about Arcana. And if I were to put that feeling in human terms, I guess I'd say I find her like a mother. That's because Arcana treats us like one. When Cervantes left the church without saying a word, he had Arcana worry about him for quite a while. That's because I was in a rush. I did send a message back from Castelia afterward. But Arcana is right. We have very little information on Kowloon. That's why we're sending Blaze with Hanying, just in case, right? With me on the mission, there will be no just in case. Remember to bring us some souvenirs. Cervantes returned all at the feeder last time. He even lost all the hats I gave him. Like mechanical parts made by Kowloon craftsmen, or technical documents and things like that. Topping it off with a few Kowloon styled hats would be splendid. Huh? Sure, I guess. I did bring you quite a selection of the newest top hats, no? Hats serve no purpose except to hinder your view during battles. They're nothing but meaningless human ornaments. And Xavier likes to collect hats, I presume? He has an unusual obsession with hats. I think we should stop bringing him hats as souvenirs because I can totally see him making everyone at the church wear a hat somewhere down the road. Hey, I heard that. Goofy. No treading on thin ice, no need to hide yourself, none of the formalities when dealing with humans, and no need to think twice before speaking. By building real connections with mechanoids that have real hearts and souls, perhaps I'll eventually be able to find my very own heart. It must be nice to live on like this. We are gathered here to welcome yet another family member. Family, huh? Family is where you go back to. She cannot remember how she got here, only how she left. What do you think, Blaze? Is it too heavy? The hinge setup is a bit complicated, but it's safer this way. Everything looks good. There will be an extra 17% energy expenditure with the cargo weight, but that's still within acceptable range. Well, just step inside like this. Xavier personally shows Hanying how to board the old basket-shaped metal container. This wasn't made to ship humans, was it? Of course not. The church has never had to ship humans, so it was modified from a cargo container. Naturally, it won't be as comfortable, but don't worry, I've mounted an AC system in there. That will do. I consider myself lucky to have gotten a ride at all. And I have both of you to thank for this, Xavier and Mr. Trailblazer. That sounds a bit odd. Just call me Blaze. Of course, Mr. Blaze. Hey! A figure moves toward the group from the other end of the church's helipad. Spooner? Thank goodness I made it. What's the matter? There's something I have to do in Kowloon. Please allow me to go with you. Hey, Spooner, you're going to Kowloon? When she first awake, those guys with the mask with symbols on them, like that guy that was dying with multiple organs rolling, are there no more of them? Oh. Oh, you're talking about, oh, I see. No, I think there's still a few of them alive. There's still a few of them alive. We're talking about those, what is it? From Lost Chapter, right? Like the Kowloon crew guys? You're talking about them, right? The guys with the masks that have the, like, Chinese kanji characters on the masks and stuff. You're talking about them, right? There's still a few of them alive. Yeah, there's still a few of them alive. One of my friends left for Kowloon before I joined the church, and I want to bring him back. Did you talk to Arcana? Kier still needs your help with building the infrastructure, right? I've already brought her up to speed on the church's affairs right now after I learned Hanying was leaving. Arcana told me to let Zero take over my work for now. And now that Cervantes is back, Spooner now speaks in a pleading tone. That's true. Spooner handled most of the construction work at the church while Cervantes was away. I'll take over for Spooner. It's not going to end well if we let Zero handle it. We should be good to go then? But I guess we need to ask Hanying and Blaze if they're fine with it. Perfectly fine with that, Mr. Blaze. I've got sufficient fuel reserve, so I think it should be okay. Thanks. Thanks for your help, Blaze. Ready, everyone? Hang on tight. Oof. A loud rumble rolls through the helipad before a streak of white smoke shoots through the azure sky beyond the church. May you find the meaning you have been searching for in the conscious world, Hanying. about my request. You're free to do as you please, as long as it follows the route. Sure. We might just see justice back at the church if anything goes south. And these, I can totally see Hierophant interested in these things. Remember, there are no secrets of the Church of Machina. Oh. The children. Ah, there's a place for you. Sorry, I still got the lollipop. The ocean mist. Let me get the lollipop out of my mouth. The ocean mist leaves streaks of moisture on Trailblazer's streamlined body. Falling off Trailblazer's rear wings, tiny droplets evaporate as he hit the heated air, turning them once again back into the endless mist. The only specks of lights visible on this vast ocean are the bright amber light on the Trailblazer's chest and the flickering navigation lights on the transport container. We are arriving at our target coordinates. Can you see it? The dark coastline before them is just barely visible beyond the fog. I can see the coastline. Traveling by sea did save us 34% of fuel and was 41% faster, just like I thought. The church's headquarters is just way too far from here for us to go by land. I didn't detect any other entities in this airspace. There is a man-made structure in the 2 o'clock direction, and that's where we will make our landing. Prepare yourselves. We don't know who's going to join us down below. I don't know what the fuck voice to use for this guy, man. Oh boy. With the heated air streams gradually dissipating behind Trailblazer's engines, they have landed on unfamiliar soil. Even for Hanying, this land of blue glazed tiles and gray bricks only exists in their dreams. This is it. This is Kowloon. We're inside the city. Why does it look so desolate? Based on past Metropolis planning, this is just an auxiliary town that they use for military purposes, and not the actual Kowloon. Much of Kowloon was destroyed after that battle, so this part of the city must have been abandoned long ago too. According to the information I got from Arcana, there was a large-scale war in Kowloon against the Punishing a very long time ago. Wait, Arcana gave you the information? It was a while ago, but yes. Mother believed that this information would come in handy sooner or later, so she sent it to me a few days before we left. According to the map Mother sent me, this area has been abandoned for a long time after the infamous battle, just like Hanying said. And here's the data I've promised to give you, since my radar shows no signs of danger in the vicinity. Trailblazer hands over the storage device taken from his memory slot to Spooner and fires up his engines. I should head back. Sage needs me on our expedition team. Thank you for making the trip, Mr. Blaze. I'm just helping one of my own. By the way, Mr. Blaze, could you give my thanks to Sage? I'll personally thank her again if I ever get to see her again. Certainly. Consider it done. Notice Blaze has little arms. Yeah, those are his actual arms, I believe. The larger arms are just part of his suit or whatever. Thank you. You are undoubtedly a woman of class, just as Cervantes described. Farewell. Whoosh. With an ear-shattering blast, Trailblazer disappears into the dense fog at the far end of the sky. Arcana knew from the start that I would insist on coming back, so she gave Trailblazer the navigation map beforehand. How thoughtful of her. Never for a second does Arcana forget about our well-being. She may not make her plans known, but she never fails to make the best arrangements for all of us at the church. It would seem like Arcana has already accepted you into this big family. And I wonder what title Arcana will assign you. Like how she's assigned Chariot to the Trailblazer? Yes, sometimes we refer to each other at the church by our titles because every title could eventually be replaced. See, Blaze was not the first Chariot. I am not the first Death. which means the chariot and death from before the two of you are dead, which happens on a regular basis. While tinkering with the radar sensor, Spooner explains matter of factly. See, machines are not completely immune to death. If my memory serves me right, your title is Death, right? Right. Death is such a dark and frightening term, but you don't give off that aura at all. Is that so? If you ask me, I think you're quite the opposite. You're gentle and amiable. Unlike you and the other humanoid machines, we will never be associated with the word human. Spooner shakes his head and says no more. Temperance? Empress? I've heard about an empress, except she isn't at the church. I know nothing else about her, though. I'm sure Arcana. Beep, beep, beep. The sudden warning alarm cuts Spooner off mid-sentence and sends him into high alert. We've got company. Are they from Kalong? I can't tell for now. They're coming in from the 3 o'clock direction. There's a lot of them. Is there a fight going on? Not sure. The signals are strange and there are signs of humans in their vicinity. Let's go. Where to? Whatever they are, I'm sure they know something about the current state of Kalong. Well, let's get ourselves properly warmed up before we get the show on the road. Alright, here we go. Oh, that's not good.
足元をしっかりさせないと。そう、風林部派。そう、風林部派。
You are different from them. Can you tell me what happened here? I don't know. The performer mechanoids were functioning normally, but the moment I turned around, they turned mad and began to attack us. Wait, my friends are in danger. I need to go. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, no, they're fine. My friends are over there. Hey, hey! What is it? Is the music too loud? Run, these mechanoids are dangerous. Uh-oh. As Hanying dances through the air, the aggressive mechanoid is sent spiraling into the debris behind it in a cloud of smoke. With it, a striking silence ensues. Realizing that they stand no chance, the mechanoids scatter in the bat of an eye, leaving not a shred of shadow behind. Those damned machines! Cough, cough. That was very impressive what you did back there, young lady. Thank you so much for helping. Even through his mask, the scavenger's leader's gut-wrenching coughs are painful to hear. Sir, are you doing fine there? Hanying reaches out to support him, but the man waves her off. Still, she holds the man by arm and passes him a handkerchief. Thank you. Just you let it out. And don't worry about me. I've been like this for quite a few years now. Seemingly embarrassed to give the sullied handkerchief back to Hanying, the man nods a few times at her and shoves the now yellowed white handkerchief into his own pocket. Judging from your dress, I presume you're from Kalong? And I see you're traveling with your strange mechanoid servant? Oh. No, sir. This mechanoid is my friend. A friend? I see. But what brings a wealthy young lady like you to a rotten place like this? We happened to pass by her on our way back to Kalong. Back to Kalong? Well, I guess I know what brought you back here exactly, then. I beg your pardon? Never mind. Plans to rebuild the Kowloon metropolis went underway after the Niter docked. You can barely find a living soul in Kowloon now, so they sent out news to encourage people wandering about out there who have left the Kowloon to come back. This is why this is why we are heading toward Kowloon too. Rebuild the Kowloon metropolis. But the metropolis leader by the name of Chu is long gone, no? Chu? Are you referring to Lady Chu who disappeared on the Niter? Wait. Lady Chu from the Niter? Who is that? Who else? The exalted Grand Captain of the Niter, of course. Wait, what? Which means Lord Villiers is dead. Lord Villiers? The scavengers have no idea who Hanying is talking about, but her tone draws their attention as they all gather around. Wait, who are you exactly? Command during my... I was also under Lady Chu's command during my time on the Niter. That's why I haven't managed to correct myself. Sorry. In an attempt to decide whether Hanying can be trusted, the leader visually examines Hanying before noticing something on her body. That mark on your neck is a collar, isn't it? Yes. Specifically, it is a scar left on me when my collar was removed. That was the only way to break free from the grasp of the Niter. I see. You were also one of those under Lady Chu's oppression. The scavenger leader gestures for his companions to ease up. We were forced to wear a cursed collar, thrown overboard when business went south, and even had to live at the mercy of others. Sorry about the rant. We took in many survivors abandoned by the Niter, so we can't help but feel a little tense. So I heard from the survivors that Chu had gone poof just like that. Chu is most likely dead, if you ask me. Do you know anything else about the Niter? That's all I know. We only just recently made it back from the world outside ourselves. Have you seen a little child called Yo-Yo? She's about 15 or 16 and always wears a cape. She's my sister, and when I fled the Niter, I wasn't able to take her with me. Your little sister? I haven't seen her, unfortunately. Has any of you? The scavengers behind the leader shake their heads in unison. If you're looking for someone, best to go down to the market by the dock and ask around. The Niter is currently docked just south of the metropolis, not too far from here. Kowloon crew from the Niter has taken command over the ship as well as the city. Lee, it's past 5 in the morning. And we need to get going. We're severely delayed. But we first need to give our thanks to this lady. The leader slowly bows to Hanying in appreciation, to whom Hanying quickly returns the gesture. Don't mention it. We'll be leaving. We'll have to make up for lost time. Safe travels. The leader waves his hand. For long, scavengers resting amongst the debris appear with their bags, climb onto metal trucks of all shapes, and gradually fade into the morning mist. You sure know how to get along with humans. I guess you can say that social skills are one of the things I learned on the Niter. Sometimes, humans only hear what they want to hear. I guess it didn't strike them that you aren't human. That was the basic principle my design was based on. I wouldn't have been able to live on the Niter as a human otherwise. Hanying smiles a wry smile. The creator who gave her her human facade and the basic principle she speaks of has been long gone. Even in that last moment in the past, Villiers was no longer her goal or principle. Amidst the dense fog and heavy clouds, rays of dawn shall shine upon Kowloon. Someone once said that the auxiliary towns of Kowloon were not built to keep the outsiders out, but to keep the insiders in. That which lies ahead might not be what's stopping one from leaving and coming back home, but what lies behind. Let's go. To the people of the world, assemble the goods of the land and sea. When the Niter was still traversing the seas, it usually opened for business at night. Today, the market between Kowloon and the Niter is instead the most lively during the day and rather desolate at night. Bare-chested workers carrying all sorts of goods walk among blubbers that carry steel and cement, a common sight in today's Kowloon. A stand with a neon sign that reads Home Appliance Repair Service sits beside a rice noodle roll and congee stall. The large wooden stacked steamer at its door's front spews out steam with an irresistible savory smell, attracting passerby from all directions. Even in the age when automation is capable of producing any delicacy, these street-side Kowloon chefs insist on hand-making their food. Morning, what'd you like? The stall owner speaks to a customer stopping by while he lifts the giant lid of the stacked steamer, sending a cloud of steam with meat and dough fragrance that inundates the customer in a suit. 3 char siu buns, 1 soy milk, and got any rice noodle rolls left? Sure do. You over there, a dish of rice noodle rolls. The owner seems utterly uninterested in the identity of his customer. He takes a wooden fork and skillfully picks up 3 white buns and drops them onto a plate before passing it to the woman. Soy milk is over there. Help yourself. It will be 9 grubs. Hey, where are the rice noodle rolls? Coming! Be right there. A boy, also in an apron, emerges from the back of the humble little stall and operates the drawers at the back with equal dexterity. The customer digs into her pocket and counts out 9 grubs before slipping them into the time-worn coin box. The owner pays no attention to the payment, focusing instead on making the next batch of buns perfect. With a plate of buns in her hand, the customer takes a sip of the soy milk before lowering her head to pass through the doorway curtains and into the stall supported by simple planks. On the wall hangs a paper banner with the words, "Unimaginably delicious breakfast." The words are powerfully written, but after seeing the large "Chew" stamped at the end, one can't help but wonder about the authenticity of the work. But who cares? That is of no relevance when there is a bowl of delicious delicacy in front of you. A few table sets are scattered throughout the stall, with people enjoying breakfast on their stools. The new customer pulls a stool over without reserve and sits down by the last empty table. Here's your rice noodle rolls. The boy swiftly puts down the plate of food before disappearing back into the kitchen. Time is of the essence when making this special. Remove it from the heat a tad too late, and it'll go dry. But you end up with snow-white sheets that are less than perfect if you steam it for longer than a minute. After taking it out from the steamer, cut the sheet into strips before adding a special blend of soy sauce. And there you have a dish with a simple rice fragrance topped with a salty spice, which is one of the best delicacies of Kowloon. Let's give it a try. This is exactly what I've been looking for. A compliment for the food is a compliment to the chef, although the chef is too busy to listen to what she has to say. A man also enjoying his food at the next table, however, catches the heartfelt compliment. I know, right? Breakfast here really is one of the best. Agreed. It's been too long since I last had a wonderful breakfast like this. Well, so you're not from around here. You ordered quite a lot. Buns and rice noodle rolls and all. Oh? Well, I just got back after a long night's journey. The woman answers with a mouthful of food. Oh. Huh. I don't believe I had the pleasure. Might as well take advantage of the lollipop in my hand. Oh, I'm just a worker from the city. Yes, Duhong. You're on business. Oh. Duhong. Okay. The man lets out a bright smile and points toward Kowloon with his chopsticks. I've been away for many years. So much has changed since then. For sure. In the past, we didn't even dare think about getting off this ship, let alone going home. Work might have been a little tougher, but life is much better now that I'm back with the brothers. Did you used to live on the Niter? Yep. Grew up on the ship and been working on many construction projects with the crew since I was a child. We've been busy rebuilding the city ever since the Niter docked. Oh? Are we allowed into the city now? Yeah. Oh, you're worried about the punishing, right? Before the Niter docked, Kowloon crew managed to acquire a few CPF cores and had them installed. And Pulau crew has grown in number. Did you see them on your way here? You mean the Pulau crew just outside the market? Pulau crew is probably the largest group under Kowloon crew now. It's still not that big, but all of us depend on them for our safety. Another wave of steam rushes into the stall. Under the stall owner's careful watch, the next batch of buns is ready. I didn't see that many of them, though. I only saw a handful on my way here. You never know what might happen, huh? Anyway, a secure life like this is more than good enough for me. The worker pulls out a piece of tissue from his pocket, wipes his mouth, and puts on the helmet lying beside his arm. Gotta head back to work now. Enjoy the rest of your meal. The doorway curtains draw open as the man going out passes by another breakfast customer coming in. Oh, what can I get? Morning, Lord Xiaofang. What can I get for you? Or would you like something to eat? As the word Xiaofang comes out of the stall owner's mouth, the rest of the stall tenses up, save for the woman in the suit who just came in. Don't mind me. I'm just here for a quick chat with someone. Got it. Do make yourself comfortable then. When Xiaofang finally draws the drapes open and enters the stall, the other customers suddenly seem in a hurry. They quickly finish their food and rush out. Until all that's left of the lively stall is the crackling fire from the furnace, the sound of flowing water, and someone chewing. Look at you munching on your food. What? Can't even have a proper meal now, can I? You're the one who sent to me in the morning, and you're just here taking your time eating? Boy, this is good. Xiaofang lets out a deep sigh as he pushes away an empty plate. Bread and coffee for breakfast just won't cut it. Nothing beats what we have in Kowloon. Done? Can we go now? Go? Go where? Where to? Where else? You aren't going to make us talk about work here, are you? Is there a problem? Might as well, since you just sent everyone escaping the moment you walked in. Seeing no alternative, Xiaofang does a little stretch and lets the woman have it her way. Alright. So, why are you back from Babylonia? For Kowloon, of course. Why though? Did Babylonians say anything? Nothing noteworthy. Nothing except they want to have their cake and eat it too. Du Hong gently caresses the edge of the plate in front of her, all the while keeping her gaze fixated on Xiaofang. Kowloon is not their back garden. To some people, the value of Kowloon's vast lands doesn't just lie in its city. But then again, not everyone is on that boat. There are people who are willing to help us. On what condition? That I do not know yet, but the higher-ups have made their intentions clear. Many from Babylonia's Congress care for nothing more than the tea parties after their routine meetings on Friday afternoons. But for me, for us, the goal of politics is to ensure the survival of humans and Kowloon's future. For you. Even through Xiaofang's Xiaofang's mask, Du Hong could sense the sarcasm in the tone of the question. Not you. That's unfortunate. So you weren't the moral vacuum you are now back then when we worked so hard for our dear Villy bound the nighter. I'm no congressperson though. Now I have but one goal, to ensure the survival of the last of Kowloon. We cannot count on any promises made by outsiders. We only have ourselves to trust. I assume I'm inclined in the we you spoke of? Sure, if you want to see it that way. Looks like I'll have to prove myself. Du Hong takes out a document from her suitcase and hands it over to Xiaofang. What's this? Take a look. Another surge of heated vapor rushes in. Without the lively interjection of customers and staff, tense, oppressive silence takes over the space. When Xiaofang finishes scanning over the files, he breaks the silence in an even more depressing tone. Is this for real? Sure. Have I ever lied to you? Where did you get this? I've got my own intelligence on the network, like how you have yours. But the information on this document originated in Kowloon. Then I guess there must be an all-knowing operative in Kowloon, no? Do you even believe what you just said? What? There isn't a soul inside the city now, except those in the observatory. And they do nothing but watch over the graves. You've met them? I have no business with them. They rejected us right off the bat, so I refuse to try and suck up to them again. As for the real Lady Chu, Chao Fang hesitates for a second before continuing in a decisive tone. Disappeared a long time ago, right? After what happened at the metropolis, no one has ever seen Lady Chu. Oh? Before Du Hong continues, the curtains are drawn open once more. A Kowloon crew barges into the stall. Chao Fang closes the files in his hands without a word. Oh, Chao Fang! Slow down. What's going on? The crew member casts a suspicious glance at Du Hong across the table and swallows his words. Gulp. Don't mind her. Some of our guys on guard at the dock told us that they'd caught someone trying to board the ship right by the third gangway. That happens every day. What's all the fuss? Question them thoroughly, let them walk free if there's nothing suspicious, and toss them out if there is. That's what we usually do, but this one's a bit tricky. She said her name was Hanying. She's got no identification, and when we questioned her, she said that she wanted to see someone by the name of Yo-Yo. Hanying? Jeez, where have I heard that name? Who's that? Someone you know? Not exactly. More like someone else's familiar. But I thought she was dead. It's not common for someone to come back from the dead in Kowloon folklore. So you believe in God? Actually, I don't. Anyhow, I'll go deal with it. And you, take this person down to the Nighter's Orla. She doesn't have her identification either, so go and get her registered first. Once you're down at the Orla, just follow her orders. Understood. The suffocating moisture once again fills the empty little eatery. You think that should make me one of us now, no? In a makeshift stall, a Kowloon crew base, Hanying is staring at the end of a pole that has rusted from a lack of maintenance, while reminiscing all that's happened over the past 20 years. She and the ship have forgotten each other amidst the world of turmoil. People gather like a group of resilient ants on the ruins of Kowloon, rebuilding a life for themselves, all the while unaware of what the future might hold. The heavy metal door opens and closes as Chao Fang enters the room, cutting off Hanying's train of thought. Hello. Hi. The awkward exchange of greetings entails nothing but awkward silence. So, you're Hanying? Correct. I used to be a dancer on the Nighter, but I attempted to assassinate the leader, but failed and died. Hanying nods in silence. In that upheaval 20 years ago, Hanying's attempt on the life of Villiers, or later Lady Chu, was not out of her own volition. At least, in that moment, the truth was a secret only between her and Yo-Yo. I understand that it's too late now, but I still want to express that. At that time, I did not have a choice. I know. We got to the bottom of that, and Yazı has told us everything. He died a few years ago, but judging from your reaction, no, this is news to you. I came across a scavenger outside the market who informed me of the current state of the Nighter and Kowloon. Everything is as you see it. Chao Fang nods. So, from what we know, the mechanoid by the name of Hanying removed her collar without permission and died 20 years ago. No mechanoid could have survived after enduring such a powerful shock from a pulse. Indeed, I've had the same thought myself. I seem to have been adrift in a dream ever since that day, until I was recently awakened by my companions. Companions. That is beside the point. What's important is that I am the same Hanying. Chao Fang notices that Hanying is withholding some information, but decides not to press for it. Anyhow, I am not at all interested in how you revived. Nothing seems impossible in this age and time after all. All I need to know is why you have returned to the Nighter. I need to make sure you will not pose any danger to Kowloon or the Nighter. For Yo-Yo. Hanying answers without the slightest hesitation. I came back to fulfill my promise to Yo-Yo. You mean Pulau? Yo-Yo has become Pulau? After this assassination attempt, she was accepted into the Dragon Children. Pulau secretly lets you off the ship after the incident. Well played indeed. But I never fell for that. I see. So where is she now? Pulau is not on the Niter. 4 days ago, Pulau led a team into the mountains northwest of the metropolis and has yet to return. Wait, what? They went to investigate the recent disappearance of some Kowloon residents, but vanished themselves. Shouldn't you send people over to find out what's going on? Startled by her question, Chao Feng pauses, and the muffled noises down by the port suddenly grow audible. You don't think I did? Except everyone I sent after them disappeared without a trace, too. We would have loved to do more, but I can't put people's lives on the line when our life here on the land grows in size by the day. Hanying cannot guess the expression Chao Feng is wearing behind his mask. In the past, being on the seas kept one safe from the punishing. People living on land now make do with the remaining equipment and supplies and the CPFs that they got through overseas trade. But regardless of how many there are on the ship, it's just a drop in the ocean for Kowloon. In this lonesome city, every Kowloon soul is worth saving. Apologies, but knowing Yo-Yo, I guess she would do the same if she were in your place. Your understanding is greatly appreciated. To be honest though, you're part of why she left with the mountains. What do you mean? Before she left with her team, she made a trip to the prison to see the mastermind behind the assassination. The hacker by the name of the Cradle. The Cradle. Doing all this reading, I'm never going to be able to finish this lollipop. Mark of time. But why? Is he still alive? The leader at the time, Villiers, wanted him alive. After the incident, all other Cradle members that had infiltrated the ship were caught, save for the few associates who committed suicide. Villiers asked us to imprison them, but never to execute them. It's been almost 20 years now, and only their leader, the hacker, is still alive. Why did Villiers spare them? We can't be sure, but after their arrest, they openly confessed to Pulau's and your involvement. We wouldn't have believed your identity so easily had he not been so forthcoming about the truth. A few knocks sound on the door that has been left ajar. The visitor swiftly whispers into Chao Feng's ear before disappearing once again into the shadows. The Cradle says that he would like to see Pulau again. It would seem like he does not know that Pulau isn't on the ship, but I can't guess his intentions at this point myself. For revenge, perhaps? Machine is always going to be a machine. They exist only to fulfill humans' desires. This time, we must take back what we lost from Villiers, and more. Think and remember why you exist. May I see him? Huh? If Yo-Yo left the ship because of something he'd said, then we should be able to get some clues out of him. As if pondering the idea proposed by Hanying, Chao Feng grows hesitant, something that rarely happens to him. If you so insist. Thank you. But I make no guarantee that you will be able to get anything out of him, since you were the one who thwarted his plan 20 years ago. And the guy is well aware that he doesn't have much time left. Chao Feng gestures for Hanying to follow him, and together they leave the secret room with the Kowloon crew. Just outside the room is a dim but spotless hallway. Giant words written with red paint can just about be seen in the faint xenon light, many parts of the paint having fallen off. After passing through the well-lit deck, Hanying follows Chao Feng down into the gloomy prison ward. She spent years living on the ship, but never once has she been this deep down. Except for the flickering signage in the corners. The only source of light around is the faint light coming off the lantern in Chaofang's hands. Light from the lantern traverses the rows of prison cell bars, casting lines of shadow on the back wall of the empty cells. This is the prison on the Niter? Correct, though many prisoners have been released since we docked. Criminals with the worst offenses have all been thrown overboard, so the ones left in here are nothing more than petty thieves. It doesn't hurt to give them a second chance after teaching them a lesson. What if they revert back to their old ways after being released? Well, we don't keep loafers around. Not on the ship, nor in the city, because it takes resources to keep them locked up. Better to give them a chance at a fresh start. Desperate times call for desperate measures. If they still have trouble keeping their hands clean, it won't be us dealing with them. The residents will personally kick them out of the city. Anyhow, no crime in this world is unredeemable. We're here. Before them stands a metal door different from that of the rest of the cells. Chaofang sways the lantern in his hand and carefully opens the lock on the cell door. I'll be on the watch in the net control room next door. There are no electronics within reach since we've got a hacker in here. If you need anything, just yell. The heavy door grinds open slowly. Hanying walks in without any hesitation. I said I wanted to see the kid, didn't I? Now get this, little. A faint ray of sunlight slipping through the porthole into the pitch-black cell gives the convict a chance to make out the face of his visitor. Oh, it's you. I see you remember me. Of course, and I see you haven't changed one bit over the years. Time has taken his strength and looks and changed his voice, but the cunning tone in his words remain unchanged. 24 long years have passed, and I am left with nothing but a body of old bones. You, on the other hand, haven't aged a day. And I see you got a makeover, huh? Yeah, really nice art. Totally thought they would have thrown you off the ship. Fancy seeing you still here in one piece. I'm not here to chit-chat about the old days. You should know why I'm here. Ah, this can only mean that the kid has left the ship. I heard that you told Villiers and everyone on the ship what happened that day. So if you tell me exactly what's happening now, maybe there is still room for you to salvage. The cradle bursts out laughing, which quickly turns into a violent coughing fit. It takes a while for the coughs to die down. Oh boy, this is just great. Did you sizzle your own memory shell when you removed your collar? Salvage? There's nothing I should be salvaging or seeking forgiveness for. The only regret I have now is that I wasn't there to witness Villiers' death. Or you can say that I deeply regret that I was not able to end his life with my own hands. It is obvious that the cradle is intentionally provoking and aggravating Hanying. That is truly unfortunate. What was that? I guess you can only carry that regret with you to the grave. It must be an insufferably painful reality to live with. The mere meters between Hanying and the cradle is the boundary between two vastly different worlds. Hanying still cannot discern the expression on his face, which is concealed in the shadows, while he can see every detail of Hanying's face, having been lit up by the sunlight beaming through the porthole. It was not an expression he expected to see. Interesting. Let's talk, shall we? If I feel like it, I might even spill the rest of the story and the girl's whereabouts to you. I am not about to strike a deal with someone like you. Neither will the Niter. You don't have to, of course, but you will. We've got plenty of time. Hanying clenches her hands slightly, which the cradle fails to notice. I heard that you let an assassin. Oh, wait, that's her talking. I thought it was him. Sorry. Man, I'm so tired. I'm starting to see things. I heard that you led an assassination attempt on the leader of Kalong before pulling another one on the Niter. That's what we would get paid to do. After the incident at Kalong, Villiers destroyed our organization, and for this, he shall brace himself for the price of retribution. What goes around comes around. Everything I have done on the grounds of justice, which is why I don't feel sorry. Villiers murdered my friends, destroyed my home, and took everything from me. So if I had a chance, I'm going to make peace with that guy. How many fingers am I holding? I can't see their fingers, man. You're right. 20 fingers. But the destruction of your organization was only a fair price to pay for what you have done. That was Villiers' revenge against you. Let me guess. You're not about to start lecturing me about how an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind now, are you? We both know that getting rid of your enemies once and for all is the only proper way to carry out revenge. Hanying's reply sends the cradle into a bout of silence. Well, very intriguing. Never thought I'd hear words like those from the mouth of yours. I would have died a long time ago had Villiers ever had your resolve, and you wouldn't have lived to see another day had we carried out our revenge. In a world such as ours, forgiveness belongs only to those who respect it. I take it that you're ready for your revenge, then. You've hurt not just me, but also people I hold dear, and for that, I'll not forgive you. Oh, you mean that bastard who cut the little girl 20 years ago? He was executed the day he was brought in here. Serves him right. So, are you going to kill me now? Go ahead. You don't get a chance like this every day. A fitting act for a tool built to kill. The cradle shakes his head. For an instant, Hanying sees his face clearly. The disheveled pale hair and wrinkly skin do nothing to divert one's attention away from the crazed grin around the corners of his mouth and the bone-chilling gleam in his eyes. And you think I came to do what you did, huh? What do you mean? Well, I'm not going to lay a finger on you. The cradle freezes in his grin. Huh? I am not a machine that lives for revenge. You are. Get this. You're dying a lonesome death with a heart full of regrets. And that is my revenge against you. Damn. Wonderful. Wonderful indeed. The cradle lets out a sneer. In the noise of heavy metal chains, he recedes back into the darkness. Never mind. I'm tired. Mount Huayu, 50 kilometers northwest of the metropolis. That's where she's heading. Mount Huayu. Huayu, sorry. Ask a Kalong crew for a map and you'll find it. What business does she have there, though? That mountain is our last base. The girl came to me with the coordinates of that mountain, so I told her. That's all. Apparently people have disappeared in the vicinity, and that's why she went to look into what happened. Do you know what's going on there? It's your base, after all. How on earth would I know? I've been in this lightless soulless cell for 20-odd years without ever getting my hands on an electronic device. But I guess this is revenge being done right, no? You, the city, and the ship are all still here, right? I told you. Neither I nor the Niter nor Kalong will give in to your demands. So are you still going to insist on your revenge? In this time of survival of the fittest, everything warrants revenge. But I'm no expert when it comes to what kids think nowadays. Keep in mind that I had no obligation to tell you any of this. This is as much as I know anyway. The cradle lets out a few violent coughs before turning his head to gaze into the tiny porthole on the wall and falling into dead silence. Knowing that she will not get anything else out of him, Hanying gets up to leave. Time has yet to leave its heart-wrenching mark on you. So, I don't see a reason to doubt them. You're going to trust her. Do you have a reason not to? No. There we go. Let's go. We've got things to do. Don't worry, I won't go too far. Everything so far is still going according to plan. A plan, huh? It's nothing more than a high-stakes gamble. Indulge in the cup. A drink of water. I ran out of. Hang on. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna fill up my water bottle. Okay, I'm back. Indulge in the cup. A lot of dialogue notes. Something tells me this is going to be a lot longer than I thought it would be. It's been 2 hours and we only did one battle node. The elevator shudders occasionally as it slowly climbs upward, but the lantern remains perfectly still. Chaofeng's arm is absorbing all the vibrations from the ground. Hanying seems to have fallen into the veil of silence found at the deepest dark corners of the ship. Time has yet to leave its heart-wrenching mark on you. Typically, mechanoids have a much longer lifespan than any humans. Mechanoids burying generations of their masters has been a common occurrence since the Golden Age. Death spares no mortals, not even one leading the healthiest of lifestyles. Time for the machines, however, ceases at the moment of initialization. Perhaps machines are only delaying the inevitable end. Death. Boot up number 0001. Lord Villiers, please assign a code or a name to this device. This was the beginning of time for her, as much as it was the origin of all that was unknown and unpredictable. Ever since that moment, the only mark time has left her is the dark scar on her neck, made by her collar. The highest electric current released by the collar is enough to kill any being that tries to remove it. Though lasting for a mere second, the powerful pulse will inflict an unimaginable heat and pain. For humans, an instant of such pain simply means eternal relief from suffering. They will never again relive that moment in their memory. Out of instinct, she moves her hand toward the scar. Just before her fingertips reach it, she bends her fingers without touching it. This is no doubt the only mark that time has left on her body. Under the formidable scar, however, time has etched other marks into her memory. That is, the grief and joy, bitterness and sweetness, suffering and happiness of hers after the time that belongs only to her begins to flow. Then, please live. Let's live on together. Live on. We're here. Zhao Feng's voice disrupts her train of thought. The metal elevator gates open slowly, exposing the midday sun. Zhao Feng fiddles with his lantern to extinguish the light within before hanging it next to the elevator. You know your way around the night, right? You're on your own from here on out. I do. Hushi has entered your information into our database, so you'll be able to move around the Niter and Kowloon without anyone stopping you. The Niter will not revoke any freedom as granted. I imagine that we both still have a lot on our hands right now, so let's part ways here. They exchange a polite nod as a farewell. After that, Hanying takes off in big strides onto the bright, sunny deck. Hanying, why do they call this street Silo Street? I don't see any big, tall silos here. That's because people from the ship used to store grains in warehouses here, but not anymore. I see so many restaurants and food stalls, and sugar figurines. Do you want one? I've got a few more grubs. Hanying, look over there. Someone is doing martial arts on the stage. Is there a performance? No, they are more like bodyguards. Rich people hire bodyguards to protect themselves and their goods. Oh? You can make money as a bodyguard just by doing that? I can do it too then. Not quite, but you've got the right spirit there. Huh? It might be late. It might be late by the time the performance ends. If the market is still open, we'll come back through this street and get some snacks. Fresh tangulu here. Pickled vegetables and newly opened jar. The sun over the sea shines beautifully down, stretching her shadow across the deck. Whether she is taking life in stride or stumbling, it is as if she is silently telling their stories on the stage of life. Huh? That little girl. Have you thought it through? This is no trivial sum. With the materials, the frame, and the modification fees and all. I will have it ready. Money is no object. Well, I know you are the headliner. Business is business. The meager salary that you make is but a fraction of the total cost. I will have it all taken care of, but do keep this confidential for me, please. That's just basic business etiquette. I don't need your reminder. That's a bit pricey, no? The purity is nothing remarkable, and God knows if it's effective. I'll give you another 20% since you're a regular. 3,700, and that's as low as it gets. 3,500. It's all yours. The buyer shakes his head but fails to contain the joy in his eyes. He holds the carefully wrapped item in his hands and leaves with a brimming smile on his face. Miss, what can I get for you? We've got filters that arrived just last month from overseas. Top notch, guaranteed. Or the jewelry here, fine enough for the actelic nobles, perfect for a lady as elegant as you. Or, may I ask what you're looking for? Is the stall owner here? The owner? I am the owner. Is there something you need? I thought the owner was Mr. Jin. Oh, you mean... Are you a friend of his? You could say that. Oh boy. See, you never know what's going to happen when your age catches up to you. Has he passed? Yes, 2 years ago. He left this stall to me before he passed. And you used to work here, right? Yes. Sharp eyes you have there. The giant letters Jinman's Emporium, written in gold, shimmer in the bright sun. Unnoticed by the passerbys is the worn-down wooden plaque underneath. So, what would you like? Snacks. What kind? Let me think. Fried meatballs. Okay? It's a lot. Can you finish it? Of course. I'm so hungry I could eat the whole cow right now. Eat slowly. You don't want to end up with a stomach ache. I was super tired though. Do you like being up on the stage? Yes. I only helped with moving some items, but I liked it. One day, I'll be like you, Hanying. I'm going to shine like a star on the stage. Petals fall on pillows light. Sweet sleep on a weary night. Bleeding spring blooms evading your grasp. Summer leaves whisper. Cicada calls like a raindropped cascade. A lone shadow remains. Bravo! Wings stretching on a southbound journey. Autumn clouds, miles in gold, draping the heavens. Flames of reckless arrogance over veils of solitude. And this place is yearning for winter's touch. Atop snowy peaks, snow dances as wings unfurl. Eagle soars above frosty mist. Bravo! The center stage of the Niter is at the end of this large deck. That was her stage. Leave this place and return to Kalong. This is the Hanying from the past, from 20 years ago. You have to find your parents. Hanying. Sorry, Yo-Yo. She lied to you. Don't look back, Yo-Yo. Don't look back. The key to this dance is that you can't look back. Sorry, Yo-Yo. I am back. She is back. Utilize or discard, shine or retreat on the path of parting, life wandering, talent unrecognized. But I look back. That's right. Why? I don't know. Wings caught in a cage, how carefree the youthful spirits as wisdom silently wanes. So what did you/I dance/die for? I don't know. Clouds reached a lofty height. Retreat the realms divine. My abode is found in heart's tranquil repose. You and I have seen the past. Correct. What about the future? You've been here all along. Me? It's been a long, long time. You don't dance anymore. Yes, it's been a long time. You should know that I left this place long ago. But up on this stage, you're still in your element. What is the last line? You don't know? It's written by a Kowloon poet from the past. No, I don't. This stage isn't here for me. The stage has meaning only because of the audience. And just like the stage, lyrics aren't meant for you. So what is the last line? The sunlight remains unwavering over the vast seas. Rome, once again. The mundane sea of dust, giants battled, flesh devoured. Sing a grand elegy in memory of souls long gone. A figure next to the rundown stage leaves behind a soft sigh. Everything seems to have changed completely, yet nothing seems to have changed at all. The Niter still carries a dazzling array of goods, old and new. Much of what she recalls as new, however, has already aged and weathered in reality. Even the stage she once stood upon has not survived time's relentless siege. Hanying walks forward with determination until she suddenly finds herself standing before the home she once knew so well. This is where she and Pulao shared their most treasured moments from her memory. Despite someone's obvious efforts to keep it tidy, neither did this small hut manage to escape the erosion of time. She holds onto the rusty handle but does not open the door. Gulp, 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 gulp. Sorry, just had a drink of water there. Rarg! A giant blubber mechanoid stumbles toward Hanying from the side of the hut. Uno! I'm back! I'm back, Uno. Hanying gently pats Uno's rusty exterior as she takes a good look at her long-lost friend. Caw! Caw. Have you been guarding this place while I was away? You did well. It's not your fault, Uno. She left without you, but that's only because she never wanted to see you hurt. And what happened was my fault, not yours, Uno. What happened to Yo-Yo was my fault. Rarg. No, stay, Uno. Uno nods and passes the faded pink ribbon in its hands to Hanying and proceeds to squat by the door of the little lodge. This is Yo-Yo's ribbon? Rarg. Rarg. I see. I promise I'll bring Yo-Yo back intact. Hanying ties the ribbon back onto Uno's mechanical arm and retreats back into the alley. She never opened that door. After bidding Uno goodbye, Hanying immediately leaves the Niter. If the Cradle's words hold true, Yo-Yo should be in the mountains at that particular coordinate. Hanying can hardly think of anything that can possibly put Yo-Yo in a pinch. But whatever it might be, it's beside the point now. Hello, Hanying, is it? A lady sitting comfortably by a table puts her tea down as she calls softly to Hanying, who is trying to squeeze her way through a market full of people by the Niter. Weak and light to the point of almost getting drowned out by this noise from the market, her silky voice still resounds in Hanying's ears. Do you know me? My name is Du Hong. I don't think we have met before. I don't think we have. They had your name written down in the Niter's history over 20 years ago, though. See? What's the matter? Hanying cuts the woman short, something she rarely ever does. She doesn't want to waste another second chit-chatting about the past. Chao Fong asked me to wait for you here to bring you up to speed on a few things. Here, take a seat. Du Hong pulls out a small stool from under the tea table and pours a cup of tea for Hanying with a gentle smile on her face. Thank you. So, how exactly can I help you? Trust me, this won't take long, but I'm sure it'll pique your interest. I'll get straight to the point. 2 things. First, the hacker organization by the name of the Cradle still exists, and they are based in the mountains that the old convict told you about. Second, the Cradle currently has control over a very complex composite technology that is able to manipulate low-intelligence mechanoids. But fortunately, it's just some low-level technology. It's obvious that Pu-Lao went to the base of the Cradle, but according to our intel, they shouldn't be a threat to Pu-Lao for the time being. The convict on the ship didn't mention those. Please. He's been locked up for 20-odd years now, completely cut off from the outside world. In all likelihood, his people probably cut him off a long time ago. People deviate from the path they set out on, and it happens all the time, no? You said they could control mechanoids, which means the Cradle was the one controlling the ones I met in the auxiliary town before. Correct. After you arrived on the Niter, we received a report on that too, from the agents we'd planted there earlier. But what are they after? Villiers is dead and the metropolis is in ruins. Could it be purely for revenge? You'll give yourself quite a headache if you try to understand the mind of a hacker. Nothing they do should come on as a shock. Du Hong takes a sip of her bitter tea. You don't seem pressed for time. As I said, Pu-Lao isn't in any danger for now. A few more sips of tea won't change that. The Cradle in the cell of the Niter was as much a frigid, sharp icicle as the woman in front of Hanying appears to calm waters in an ancient well. Hanying has seen all sorts of people in the Niter. Most of the time, all she needs are a few words to figure out a person's nature and how to handle them. The woman sitting across from her now, however, shows not a sign of what's going through her mind in those eyes of hers. Even if you don't trust me, you should believe in your sister. She isn't someone that just dies like that. Hanying notices that Du Hong seems to have put a little emphasis on the word sister. Apologies if I've offended you just now. Please continue. Du Hong nods with the same smile on her face. What I've told you just now is intel. What I'm about to say is Xiao Fang's request. He asks you to please find Pulao and bring her back. You should know that's what I already intend to do, even without him telling me so. That's good to hear. Do bear in mind that Xiao Fang is merely making a request and not giving an order. Do keep the distinction clear. A request and not an order. Meaning, Xiao Fang knows how important Pulao is to the current Kowloon. Of course. See, he's stuck in a perfectly awkward position, where he needs to take care of the needs of everyone in Kowloon, which is why he needs to keep everything in perfect balance. Anyhow, he won't make his people jump out of the frying pan and into the fire. I'm just saying that he's in a difficult position. Hanying is beginning to understand what Du Hong is trying to say. What will Kowloon do for us in return then? I am simply a legislator from Babylonia who happens to be from Kowloon, not a member of the Kowloon crew. I can't give you any promises. But Kowloon cares about the life of each of its citizens, including you. After Du Hong takes another sip of her tea, Hanying grabs the teapot and refills her cup. You don't want some? It's only fine tea, Fannings. But you can't get this taste anywhere else. I've had plenty. This blend wasn't worth much back then. It was the most ordinary tea on the nighter. A pot of this is worth a fortune nowadays. But you don't look like someone who's after wealth. Money can buy you a lot of things, but it's true that neither of us are people who care much about it. Du Hong holds her teacup at her lips and looks at Hanying with a smile. I am not a human. I'm sure Xiao Fang has told you this. Of course, Xiao Fang is very thoughtful and plans everything meticulously. Not that it matters to me. Be it mechanoids, constructs, or humans, all I care about is what they do. Tell me, do you believe in God? Du Hong suddenly changes the topic. I am familiar with Kowloon mythology. Which kind are we talking about specifically? Any. I can't say I do, nor can I say I don't. All I can say is that I've read many explanations and discussions of the legends, and I guess I am not ready to believe in them yet. Good. Humans believe in God because humans are flawed. God was conceived to make up for these flaws. But perhaps even God himself is flawed. You really are unique for a machine. Villier's skills truly are extraordinary. It's not Villiers. Villiers did not make me who I am. Certainly, Villiers did not die for others, nor did he live for others. I meant to say that you really do stand out from the flock of machines we usually see down Kowloon streets. Let's end our chit-chat here then. Your friend has been waiting for you outside the market for quite some time now. Thank you. Don't mention it. It's my duty. Sir, another pot of Fannings, please. The market is still filled with people coming and going, but a slender figure once again sits alone in the tea house. Du Hong gulps down a cup before staring at the residue at the bottom. Across the table rests the cup she had poured for Hanying that has already gone cold. You gotta drink all there is in the cup if you don't want to die from thirst. The creators. Six hours have passed since Hanying met up with Spooner on the outskirts of the port. They have just arrived at the coordinates given by the cradle. How on earth did they manage to build a path on the side of a cliff? No sign of metals, a complex structure made entirely of wood. Incredible. Judging from the architectural style, this must have been built before the Golden Age. These wooden structures have remained intact for hundreds of years. And I have yet to detect the punishing virus in high density. Even when the Nighter was still traversing the high seas, they still occasionally got attacked by the corrupted. In other words, they can no longer imagine a world without the punishing. How do they manage to elude the punishing while being so close to Kowloon Metropolis? I've heard that, in addition to the Kowloon Metropolis and the Niter, Kowloon rules over bigger lands, most of which are devoid of humans. The path up this mountain is rough and treacherous. Being isolated from the outside world is probably what's been keeping it safe from the virus. Huh. It seems like it's harder to evade humans than the virus. Spooner lets out a sneer. From a crib by the name of Zero, the punishing was born. Since its birth, human blood has always been one of the various colored blood that has stained its swaddle blanket. In the chaos of bloodshed, some have been seeking other colors, while others have been sipping away at the dark crimson pool as they party like there is no tomorrow. Before we reached the Niter, you chose to stop and wait for me just outside the market. Do you hate humans? I don't hate humans, but I don't like them either. That's the plain truth. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. Spooner shakes his head as he continues up the wooden path deeper into the mountain. There are no secrets in the Church of Machina. Most mechanoids have a pristine heart and pure mind. As Cervantes said, the Church of Machina was built on trust and unity. Members of the Church can confide in one another without reserve. But even mechanoids have their own past. By the way, this cradle sure has a peculiar taste. Peculiar taste. It just seems odd that a high-tech hacker organization would pick such a remote location to be their base. Feels paradoxical. It's your first time in Kowloon, I presume? Correct. I've only heard about this place from others. This is how it works. For instance, for mechanoids like us, a place like this might be described as scenic, and that would be an objective truth. For the people of Kowloon, lamenting the passing of the seasons amidst the beauty of nature is a habit that's ingrained into their minds. You mean that humans are often too blinded by their own emotions to see the objective truth of the place? That's an oversimplification. Unable to understand Hanying's words, Spooner shakes his head. Humans are always so complicated. It is something of a mystery. But you seem to understand it. Clear springs cascade over a tapestry of a thousand cliffs, winding trees weaving their greenery through a verdant kingdom vast. What? Sorry, it's just a poem I once read somewhere. I can't think of a fitting way to describe this view off the top of my head, so I recited a line from an ancient Kowloon text. I suppose it's supposed to express something very subtle. I guess you could say that. I've only scratched the surface of Kowloon culture. But from what I've seen, Kowloon prefers to use metaphors and euphemisms rather than being direct in their expressions of emotions. Humans have a habit of concealing their feelings in their words. Ironically, though, their feelings are distorted when expressed through language. That's true. Language and words can introduce much more ambiguity than direct communication among mechanoids. There is much to lose if humans lose their language in writing. In Hanying's database in her memory shell, lines that can be used to describe the current scene number in the hundreds. Even in the same space, at the same time, descriptions of the same entity are, more often than not, different. And the writer's emotions, their hearts, are buried deep within these elusive words. Dong, dong, dong. Is that the sound of a bell? Soft chimes of a bell meander through the lush canyons. Chaofeng's report does mention this chime. According to the civilians who have returned, anyone who sets foot on this mountain will hear this sound, plus sightings of other supernatural beings along with lightning and thunder. Do you believe in those legends? I am just not ready to believe in them yet. Many Kowloon traditions have their roots in humans' reverence for the wonders of nature, along with legends that can no longer be verified. Even the stories you hear get weirder and weirder. Dong, dong, dong. The chimes continue to resonate between the cliffs, but what appears in front of Hanying isn't depicted in any of the Kowloon myths. Oh. Oh shit.
高校正確推管そう風林部
Oh.
足元をしっかりさせないと
And silence. Hmm. The damage on these mechanoids seem to be left by some blunt weapon. Could it be a heavy weapon? Guess I will meet them soon if I keep going up. Hmm.
火星水流雲団高校正確推管そう風林部派そう風林部派
Okay, see, man.
火星水流雲団高校正確推管隠れ極集調印高校正確推管
I suppose this is a warm welcome for us then. Spooner punches through half of the face of the ominous stone lion. Dang. The passage falls quiet once again. Or once more. These mechanoids are quite old and severely weathered. Some even have moss growing on them. I've never seen a model like this. At least not on the Niter. I'm sure there's a reason for that. Spooner continues raking through the remnants of the passage as he passes Hanying, a rustic component. Inscribed on the tarnished metal are two tiny lines of Kowloon's ancient script and numbers. It is impossible to decipher the numbers now covered in rust. This should be the ID tags installed inside the mechanoid when it was first manufactured. That's probably what it is, but check the other side. Spooner flips the part in Hanying's hand to reveal a bundle of colorful new wires. These were clearly added during a recent modification, and there are signs of older modifications underneath. Not only that, the modifications of each of these mechanoid look different. If all they did was modify, this scheme was rather crude. This must be the work of the cradle. Maybe we could extract data about the cradle from their memory shells, even if it's just information about this mountain. No luck. None of these mechanoids have an intact storage unit. In place of a storage unit, they all have a transmitting device. There is no doubt that they are being controlled. The tool does not need to think. You asked me earlier whether I hate humans. I did. but I think you might have your reasons, so I didn't push it. Each member of the church has their unique stories. As for me, I escaped from humans many, many years ago. In that arena, I was forced to fight mechanoids day in and day out by the owners of the ring. I was even forced to fight humans. The audience wanted nothing but bloodshed and flying wreckage, but that was my only chance of survival. For humans, I was nothing but a tool for them to satisfy their lust for blood. Even now, some humans still think that way. The remains scattered here are the best proof. Spooner puts down the fragment in his hand and breathes out a heavy sigh. Mechanoid. Aren't supposed to have cognition, are they? All those years ago, my creator saw me as nothing more than a tool too, with no need for cognition. Your creator is probably from Kowloon as well. Correct. Do you remember your maker? I don't know his name, but I'm pretty sure I'd recognize his face if I saw him. Mechanoids do not forget. As long as we have a compatible storage unit, our memory shell will forever store the endless flow of time. Compared to mortals who will inevitably forget, this is a rather cool advantage. I was forsaken by my creator. I failed to meet his expectations, to realize his wishes. I didn't even have a name. The day my maker left Kowloon, I was locked away, completely and utterly abandoned. That means he never recognized you as his creation. Huh? Xavier once told me that a maker must name their creation. Apparently that is an established rule among humans. That's why Xavier gives all sorts of bizarre names to each of the gadgets he's designed. If a maker refuses to name their creation, that would mean they do not recognize it as theirs. Villiard never once acknowledged the meaning of my existence. I don't see anything bad about that. The meaning of our existence doesn't depend on our makers. I would say that for us, our creators are just indelible codes from the past that were engraved into our memory shells. Nothing more and nothing less. It is true that I did not find the meaning of my life from my creator. Perhaps there really is a man-made beating heart in my chest. My maker wasn't my motivation to go out to look for a heart when I was ready to do so. And I presume this human by the name of Yo-Yo is your motivation. Well, I suppose. Did this Yo-Yo also give you your name? No. I found this title in an ancient Kowloon text myself. It wasn't even meant to be a name. I never imagined myself to ever possess a name. But she told me that that's my name. That is a name that only belongs to me. At that moment, for the first time, I truly owned something. Sounds like she means a lot to you. Zeraphym once said that each mechanoid has two births. Had two births. The first one is when it is assembled. That is the birth of the body. The second is the emergence of its consciousness at awakening. In that sense, maybe Yo-Yo was the key to your awakening. Hanying nods softly as she peers into the misty clouds in the distance, weaving through the rocky spires. Nonetheless, Villiers is still my creator. She gazes at her hands, wordlessly questioning all the expectations and resentments born by this body. I will never deny that. Sorry for reminding you of difficult times. I'm not very good at talking about profound topics like this. No, it's fine. You said so yourself, every member of the church has its own unique story. What are you? With a gentle smile, Hanying nods. I just wanted to fulfill my past promise first. Nothing more. Because I am probably no longer welcomed on the Niter, or Kowloon for that matter, anymore. Whether it is to repay the Sage Machina for awakening me, or for all the help I have received from the church, I will eventually accept Arcana's invitation and contribute what I can to the church. The Church of Machina welcomes you. Arcana will be overjoyed to hear that. Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but I truly felt at home at the Church of Machina. And I only felt that way when I spent time with Yo-Yo. We can talk about anything and crack jokes with no formality whatsoever or the need to guess what's going through the other person's mind. I suppose that's what family is like. Yes, exactly. Enveloped by the lingering mountain fog, Hanying gazes at the place she once called home. Let us carry on so we can go home. Oh, what's with the skull? Huh. Using your characters will give you different experiences. I don't even own Pulau. Okay, I have to BRB again. BRB again. Okay, I'm back. I finally got to the center of the lollipop too. There's some bubblegum in the middle. All right. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Close at hand. Now we're playing as Pulau. Cop. Cop. Cop, cop, cop. A battered guardian staggers toward Pulau. Its long blade, meant for slashing enemies, has become a walking stick. A cold light flashes behind Pulau just before the guardian is pierced through the chest by a spear. The light in its eyes slowly flickers and fades until it shuts off completely and the weapon falls from its grip. My lady! I'm fine. The mechanoid didn't seem to have ill intentions. But it's neutralized now, nonetheless. Thank you. We're just finishing off a few small fries from behind. Pulau picks up the fallen sword that belonged to the guardian. A cluster of debris from Kowloon mechanoids lay in front of her. All these Kowloon mechanoids were hijacked, including the Guardians. This must be the Cradle's doing. But we haven't found any hackers. I mean, we haven't encountered anything except aggressive mechanoids. As long as they are still hiding in this mountain, we will find them. Seems like they've not only kidnapped Kowloon civilians, but they're also collecting mechanoids for their own use. And if nothing is done about it, they could become a threat to Kowloon. Roger that. We will speed up our search for the hackers and the missing civilians. Wait. The long blade in Pulao's hand is a standard weapon for Guardian 1. It was designed to be durable and to withstand attacks from all sorts of enemies. But this one is covered in rust and its edge is marred with numerous chips. Has any of you rested since we got here yesterday? We haven't. No one, it's our responsibility as Pulao crew to protect Kowloon as citizens. That won't do. Pulao puts the longsword next to the Guardian and in a stern tone starts speaking to Pulao crew. Humans have limits. How are we supposed to keep Kowloon safe if you all work yourselves into pulps? We don't feel particularly tired though. You don't need to act tough when it's just us alone. The head of the Pulao crew is about to say something, but swallows her words. Understood. Let's get some rest done. The dozen Pulao crew lined up along the passage quickly scatters, each looking for a comfortable spot to get some rest. I'll keep watch, my lady. I'll join you. Pulao leads her onto a tree branch, hanging over the wooden passage, and they sit down together. From here, they have a clear view of the narrow trail they took up the hill and the mountain ridges amid the hazy clouds nearby. Pulao gets out a piece of candy and hands it to the girl sitting beside her. Just a little something to keep you going when you're tired. Thank you. Pulao crew peels off the wrapper and tosses the lime-colored candy into her mouth. Wow, this is super sour. It's a salted plum candy. Pulao unrolls one for herself and chucks it into her mouth. Sour indeed. I've had plum candy before. It is sour. It is really sour. But it's also tasty. Do you always have candy with you when you go on missions? It's just an old habit. But you don't need to eat candy for energy anymore, right? I don't need to, but that doesn't mean I won't. Pulao stares into the clouds, shrouding the towering mountains as she gently swings her legs. You can't find a view like this on the Niter. Kowloon may well be the last place in the modern world that still offers such a sight. I remember that when I was young, my father would tell me tales from lots of different places. Some were of desolate mountains, some of glamorous, magnificent cities, and even railroads that span an entire continent. He must have been to a lot of places. I'm jealous. But in the end, he left the Niter. My father left the Niter while I was still very young. He roamed the world as a scavenger, and I was raised by my mother. He only contacted us a few times in over a decade. Oh, I'm sorry. No, don't be. He probably doesn't even remember that he has a daughter. As long as you still remember him, you'll see him again. Pulao flashes a bright smile and gives her companion a few pats on the shoulder. I have always held on to the belief that one day we will be reunited with the ones we hold dear. We will. The fog thickens just as the candy in Pulao's mouth melts away and vanishes. Did you manage to get some rest today? I took a quick nap around noon. Okay, I'll let you take over then. Wake me up right away if anything comes up. Copy that. No longer has she lain down on the dead branch than the distant echo of a bell begins to resonate throughout the valley. Dong, dong, dong. Alert! Alert! This is the same sound we hear every time before the enemy attacks. Come on, not even going to let us rest now. Hulao Kowloon, prepare to fight. Is it the sound of the bell? Cute. Oh.
手加減はなしです。悪は誰一人激発戦記。手加減はなしです。手加減はなしです。
Alright, let's go. Oh my god, I can't see what's happening. Oh? If you're watching here, please go up the mountain. Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh boy. May the heavens stand unchanging. 3 o'clock, up the rock face. They're closing in. Up there, right above us. Strike them down. May fate unfold in a gentle sway. Back into formation. The passage. They're destroying the wooden passage. Watch out. Shanai, hold my hand. To spiritual peaks may you find your way. It's so cold. I don't want to die. Don't let go. Hold on. Quick, hurry. Please, let the bleeding stop. That won't do. Get the soldering iron. We gotta seal it off. May you, dear one, find well-being's embrace. My lady. Yes? Casualty check is complete. 3 killed. 2 severely wounded are being attended to. I see. But, Shanai, we will find her on our way down. No, we have to. Yes, understood. Let's get some rest now. Copy that. After giving out the instructions, Pulao leans against a wooden pillar outside the corridor alone and digs out another piece of salted plum candy from her pocket. It takes her 3 tries to get the wrapper off her fingers with still trembling. Wrapper off with her fingers still trembling. Is she feeling exhausted? For a brief moment, she is on the verge of tears, but she manages to hold them back. She tosses the candy into her mouth and falls into a deep slumber next to heaps of wreckage, surrounded by the cold mist and amidst the verdant peaks. Here, hold your hand just a bit higher. Right here. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands on your hand like this and slowly lift up to here. Got it? Here, I'll show you. Yearning for winter's touch, atop snowy peaks, snow dances. Your eyes and hand have to move together, except for this last line when they have to part. Don't look back, Yo-Yo. Don't look back. The key to this dance is that you can't look back. Let me try again. Good. Practice makes perfect. Huh? You guys are still here? It's getting late. Yo-Yo's entrance exam is coming up the day after tomorrow, so I'm helping her with her practice. Oh my, don't be so harsh on your little sister. See, she's sweaty all over. I'm not done yet. I want to practice some more. But I mean, Hanying, we can let her in without a test if you just put in a word for her. Everyone knows how you've been taking care of us all these years. No, because I know she can do it if she just puts in the hard work. Goes to show that you really are sisters from the same mother. Good luck then. I'll be off. Remember to take a break. Uncle Sai saved some food for you too. Remember to go see him before you head back. Oh, thank you very much. What did the food taste like that evening? It's the taste of being a human. Uncle Sai! Oh, Yo-Yo Hanying. Quick, sit down. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Uncle Sai. Oh, don't worry about it. I need to head on night patrol anyway. Plenty of time to save some food for you. We got spicy boiled fish, white cut chicken, and eggplant with minced pork for dinner tonight. Wow, smells amazing. And there's a whole lot of food. I saved a lot for you. A few hungry bears tried to ask for some, but I said no. Thank you, Uncle Sai. Well, kids need to eat more while they're growing bones. Yummy. I'm glad you like it. I'm going to head out for my patrol now. Enjoy your meal. Bye, Uncle Sai. Thank you. Slow down or you'll choke. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Working on the basics should make anyone tired. My muscles are just a little sore, but nothing that can't be solved with a table of yummy food. You'll feel better after taking a hot bath when we get home. Here, have some of this. Okay. I've never tasted anything like the meal that night ever since. Ever since that night, I've never seen her smile again. Hanying? It's just a dream. Pulao moves her mouth around only to realize that the salty plum candy has already melted, leaving a sweet flavor with a tinge of sourness and bitterness. Coming into sight are the same lush mountains, the same chilly fog, and a path forward that seems to have no end. Question and answer. We're here again. We're just going around in circles. Spooner crushes the pebble he placed on the eaves himself 2 hours ago. The mountain trails here sure are more complicated than they seem. Your friend might be as lost as we are now on this mountain. But we haven't seen any trace of Yo-Yo for a while. Over there, Hanying. Following Spooner's finger, she sees it. Over on the wooden passage just around the cliff is the silhouette of a hunched-over figure. A human? We haven't met a single human since we entered this mountain. And one appears exactly when we find ourselves lost. What are the odds, huh? What do you think? This could very well be a trap set up by the cradle. But we've been going in circles on this mountain for a while without any lead. So, are we going to give it a try now, even if it's bait? You cannot get your hands on a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. I don't quite understand that Kalong's saying, but alright. I'll leave the talking to you. I still find it difficult to interact with humans. Yet in the midst of their discussion, the hunchbacked old man walks straight past Spooner and Hanying as if he cannot see them. Sir? Oh, my apologies. My ears and eyes are failing me. I'm Miku. Nice to meet you too. Do you live on this mountain? You could say that? It's just a mountain with a tattered temple. Could you tell us what exactly happened here? Do you know anything about the cradle? And have you seen a little girl? You sure have a lot of questions. Take it easy. The old man brushes off some dirt on a rock nearby and leans against it. We're still a distance away from the top of the mountain. It wouldn't hurt to take a break here. Spooner grows alarmed hearing the old man's words. Wait, how did you know we were heading to the peak? I don't suppose my guess was wrong, though. That's where people go when they visit the mountain. It's been that way since only heaven knows when. You have no reason to believe me, but I'll answer whatever questions you might have. Well, here you go, Hanying. I'll be hanging around for recon. Hit me up if you ever need anything. And people from Kalong sure have an interesting way with words. Casting a look at Hanying, Spooner steps over to the other side of the passage. Hanying? That's a great name indeed. Oh, let's see. What happened here up the mountain exactly? We haven't run into anyone but you the entire way coming up. Well, let's just say some people showed up here uninvited. And I suppose that's the cradle? Correct. They came a few decades ago and took over the mountain temple. The mountain temple had always been here, except they showed up. And I suppose the mountain temple will still be here in a few years when they're gone. You seem quite familiar with them. Well, I've learned a few things here over the years as a janitor. And what I just told you, I learned them from people. Is there anyone else here? Nope. All long gone. I was just wondering if you'd ever seen a kid here, about 15 to 16 years old, wearing a white cape. I don't think that's someone I'd describe as a kid. And I suppose you've seen her then. I saw her a while back when she passed by in a rush leading a group of people. Looking like a boss carrying a giant axe and all. Pretty sure that was her. Says Miku, as he points at the passage just behind the cliff. And I'm sure that was her. Because she was just like you. Like me. Right. And that you're both trapped in the dark and throwing yourselves at fire. People are after the delusional wishes that the cradle created. And the girls after the delusional consequences the cradle left in its wake. And you're no different. But I didn't come seeking any delusion though. Is she whom you really came looking for? Sticking his hand into the shade of the tree by a rock, Miku comes up with an apple. Have you any idea why this mountain is called Mount Huaiwu? I have no idea. The mountain didn't used to go by that name until a little over a millennium ago when a poet by the name of Householder Changwu passed away here. Legend has it that she was just passing by when decided that this was where she was going to end her life. And so the mountain was named after her. But a name is just a name. What matters is what lies beneath. Could you shed some light on that? There are things that even mankind struggles to wrap our heads around, and it'd be unreasonable to ask robots to do the same. Still, be it humans or mechanoids, we're all emotional beings that belong to the world. So there will come a time when we understand things that we once struggled to understand. Strange how there isn't a single apple tree up here up on this mountain, no? With it, the man passes the apple in his hand to Hanying. I'm sure it's tasty. Of course, it's fleshy, soft, and sweet. But is this really an apple? It could be. Well, it still is at the very least. Looking every bit as real as an actual apple and emitting a fresh, fruity tang, the fruit shimmers with a tantalizing red. But before she knows it, the apple, seemingly having defied all common senses, has grown into an enormous maple tree before it wilts and shrinks into a tiny little seed, all in the blink of an eye, that lies quietly in her hand. Wait, this is impossible. Is this some sort of illusion? Birth and death. Everything there is in this world experiences the cycle. But it doesn't happen at this speed in the real world, which means this is all a dream. With Hanying's eyes upon him, the man, without saying a word, looks back at her with a gentle smile. But how did I even get here without picking up a single sign? Wait, is it because of the cradle? Be correct. And I take it that the same happened to Yo-Yo then? Or Yo-Yo too? She passed by her 3 days ago, making the path right up ahead. Without getting lost. They seemed very interested in her, so they drew her toward the peak with this very straightforward path. They, as in the cradle? The man shakes his head, not answering Hanying's question. Well, is there a way I can find her and leave this place then? That's where people go when they visit the mountain. It has been that way since only heaven knows when. Past the peak, you'll find the answers you need to all the questions you have. Can I help you with anything else? What are you going to do? Me? Well, what exactly do you think this old man is going to do? We came across nothing but modified mechanoids the entire way, and we didn't see a single human being until we met you. And granted that this was all a dream, why are you telling me all this though? Can I really trust you? That's for you to decide. Truth is but in the eye of the beholder, for a rose by any other name would smell just as sweet. The man reaches for the seed in Hanying's hand and takes it. Let me keep this seed for you for now. We'll cross paths again. And here they are. The old man's body begins to digitalize. Hanying! Having been keeping an eye on the scene this entire time, Spooner wastes no time rushing up to Hanying, except when he gets there, the man who's been sitting on the rock is now nowhere to be seen. Fine, Spooner. Totally knew we were up against something. This place isn't real. If what the old man said was true. What do you mean? Man, show me that what happens here can go beyond our understanding of how things work in the real world. And that we might have walked right into this trap that the cradle set up from the get-go without knowing it. And I gather that means we're in some sort of virtual world. I know how crazy that sounds, but I think that's what's happening. There's no way to prove one way or the other, though. I mean, if this entire thing has been a trap from the get-go, And this is probably a place where reality and virtuality blend into each other like a dream. Does it count as a dream, though? Because theoretically speaking, mechanoids don't dream. Our neural circuit that runs on minimum power is the closest thing that we have to what a human would call a dream. Have you never had a dream? Never. I've been in one myself, until Sage woke up me from it. And all those days that Yo-Yo and I spent together on the night seemed like a dream to me from yesterday. Mechanoids and dreaming. No, that's unheard of. Everything seemed real in that dream I was in. And I probably knew that it was just a dream somewhere deep down. Still, I wasn't able to wake myself up from it. Well, I guess it's more like I didn't want to wake up from it. Had you ever seen Sage before then? Or any of her work? Never. The only thing I'd heard about her was that she was able to enlighten mechanoids and give us what they call a heart. Which means you awoke solely by living with that little girl, without having ever met Sage. Mankind's records say that dreams show one's consciousness very vividly. It's only when a machine has awakened that it becomes aware of the self, and with that realization comes consciousness. That consciousness, in other words, is the heart. So that is the heart. You're the first one I came across at the church that describes their consciousness as dreams. It's something we've only heard a handful of times, even from Sage herself. Spooner's words seem to be pointing at only one thing now. And if you truly had awakened by that point, then that's when you had a heart. That's what Cervantes said to me too, back at the church. Except, I have no idea how to prove that, and Arcana had no way to prove this part that they call the heart. Or, maybe that's not something that needs to be proven to begin with. Spooner shakes his head in confusion. I haven't quite wrapped my head around all this just yet. But, do you trust the man? For what it's worth, he might have just been something that the Cradle tried to bait us with. I don't think he's a fabulist, given his peaceful and insightful tone. And there was something he intentionally left unspoken throughout the entire conversation, all while we both knew perfectly well that he was withholding something. Strange indeed. The Cradle could have just turned this place into a maze and never let us leave had they really wanted us to suffer. Except the man said truth is but in the eye of the beholder. And that to me sounded like we can make our way out of here with whatever path we think would be able to get us out of here. And that's all we need to do. To get out of here? I mean, that sounds almost too easy to me. If we really are in a dream, then I guess it wouldn't hurt to try to get a little more imaginative. Where is the path we were just on? This way, along the cliff and to the left. Taking a step forward, Hanying sets foot again on the same passage she's been through only way too many times. We've been through that path countless times already. Let's just give it one more try. The Weaver. The sound of a bell continues to linger in the mountain valleys. The previously faint and muffled chimes have now become distinct, possibly because the two have passed the halfway point of the mountain. This is the fourth time. The sky begins to darken. The vegetation thriving at the foothills gradually turns from a lush green to a subdued gray yellow as they ascend. After breaking out of the looped passage near the mountain's midpoint, Hanying sees brand new paths continue to appear ahead of herself, leading the two into a landscape painted in autumnal hues of yellow and red. Along with new pathways, endless streams of mechanoids also appear out of nowhere to hinder the travelers. The bell is probably a sound signal that someone is using to control these mechanoids. Enveloping the wooden passage are clouds of snow-white mist. 1,000-tree woodland stands ahead, yet all are withered and rotting. Funny how fighting in a virtual world can actually tire you out, huh? Do you need to rest? I'm fine. Well, we've been coming a few hundred meters up since we left that place we hadn't been able to get out of, no? God only knows how much longer it's going to take before we reach the peak. According to the info we received when we left, this mountain is a 2000er, which means we've only come halfway. Yes, but it's been about half a day since we got here. Hanying has been on edge since they ran into the man. They are interested in her. Why did the cradle try to bait Yo-Yo into coming here? From within her memory chip, her past pains her. Because it was on that fateful day years ago that the cradle threatened Yo-Yo into carrying out that contemptible mission. And that's what cost Yo-Yo her memory, along with her right as a human being, turning her into a construct. This is going nowhere. Dong, dong, dong. No, Hanying. There isn't around you. Watch out. Spooner's body gradually dwindles as it disintegrates into lines of data, leaving the sound of a few fragmented words. Spooner! Hanying tries to no avail to get hold of the disappearing Spooner. And with it, she sees that her hand is disappearing in the setting sun as well. This sure is going nowhere, which is why I'm here to give you a boost. Now you only have yourself to count on to find the answer to your question.
曲の終盤よ。行きましょう。
Oh. Yo-Yo, and the Niter. Is this another dream? No, she isn't the real Yo-Yo. This isn't the real Niter either. But why are there two strange butterflies around Yo-Yo? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, after this, I'm totally gonna have to lie in bed for a while. Yeah, I'm so tired. Oops.
足元をしっかりさせないと。火星水流雲団高校正確水管
Man, I have no
火
idea how to
星
play this.
水流雲団高校正確水管隠れ極集調印高校正確水管
Butterfly has appeared again. The butterfly is related to Yo-Yo. It could also be the key to leaving this place. feels like I'm only halfway through it. And these BGR chapters lately have been so long. Not that I have a problem with it. But I just don't expect it to be so long.
火星水流雲団そう風林部波隠れ極集調印そう風林部波
Another butterfly. Because the butterfly in the stream is related to yo-yo indeed. But even the yo-yo here is nothing but an illusion. Headed to the center stage. Oh shit.
足元をしっかりさせないと火星水流雲団高根正確水管高根正確水管隠れ極集調印そう風林部波高根正確水管
Okay. Poem of Machines. How far along am I in this? Oh yeah, I am literally halfway. Wow. A Poem of Machines. There might end up being a part 2 to this, honestly. I'll just keep going, fuck it. Let's start from the beginning. Cradle destroyed the passage up to the mountain. It was quite a journey. She had to climb all that way. Heave ho! Cradle's base should be right up ahead. Who's there? Okay. Oh, someone's singing. Passage, why am I back to this place? What's with this outfit? Can't lock on with this camera angle too. Ooh. Stone lion? Or would a stone lion descend from the sky? Oh shit. Oh dude, it keeps blocking my way. Yeah, come on, stop. That's bullying. Oh my god, they keep CCing me in place. Oh my god. That's okay, that's annoying. Am I missing something here? Oh my god. Let's keep going. It's awkward when there's no sound. Oh my god. It's a huge stone lion. Eep. What is going on in this? Pinky swear, pinky swear. Hanying and Yo-Yo swear. A promise made, a promise kept. A promise of 100 years. When Hanying opens her eyes once more, she is no longer on the deck of the Niter, nor is she standing on the passage she was on. She is now standing on an unfamiliar cliff. This is a different dream. The sight of the Niter cannot be more familiar, but she knows that it is yet another dream. Because at the end of the long avenue, she did not reach out to hold Yo-Yo's hand. Yo-Yo should have turned around and smiled at Hanying, at her sister. But Hanying never saw her face. Fear, guilt, worry, or sorrow, Hanying is unsure what exactly is holding her back. Yo-Yo. Hey. Following a wave of distorted data signals, Spooner appears next to Hanying. His eyes look much more solemn than before and remain transfixed on the path ahead. That was yet another dream, right? Yes. Hanying, I think the person I am looking for might be on this mountain too. You mean the friend you spoke of? Yes. In the dream just now, I saw his silhouette. I saw the violent, stormy night when we made our escape from the fighting ring, and I saw his name. Ulysses. Only his name. Did you see him? We might have already met him earlier. Spooner shakes his head. Still wearing a stern expression, he falls into deep thought. No, I only remember his name. I didn't see him. Ulysses is a name given by the humans from the fighting arena, a name just like Spooner. He was the one who rescued us from the endless bloodshed. He led us through the gates and saved every mechanoid from that ring. We couldn't see each other's faces clearly that day because of the pouring rain. We only had time to quickly learn each other's names before we scattered to avoid being captured by our pursuers. Just now, it was as if I returned to that night. Well, I felt like I traveled back to the nighter from the past too. I saw things that might have to do with Yo-Yo, but I didn't see Yo-Yo herself. Chose self-destruction due to a logic error in their neural circuit. Mechanoids who opt for death, regrettably, are beyond a rescue. Hanying recalls what Cervantes said to her about mechanoids that died from self-destruction. All the mechanoids that chose to self-destruct had ended up in a recursive loop of self-contradiction. If dreams like these are sufficient to blur the fine line between reality and illusion for mechanoids. It was only a dream though, so it can't be real, even if it did happen in the past. And this virtual reality we're in right now is something like a dream too. Hanying frantically shakes Spooner's body, trying to help him snap out of his endless thinking that seems to be a black hole that's sucking him in. This is weird indeed. I've never dreamed before. But there must be a reason. You told me that your friend ended up in Kowloon, right? Yes, but that's just what I heard from some of the mechanoids. My sixth sense tells me that he is here, though. Hanying pauses for a moment, but swallows what she is about to say. Judging from all the mechanoids they have met on the way here, if Spooner's friend did enter this mountain, his chance of survival is slim. And up to this point, Hanying has yet to lay her eyes on another humanoid hybrid mechanoid like Spooner. I'm sure we'll find Ulysses if he's here in the mountains. Oh ho! How are you two faring? An old weathered voice enters their ears. I assume that both of you have found the answers you are looking for? Who exactly are you? Marvelous question. I am sure you know the answer already, in the dream just now. Sometimes the answer doesn't matter as much as the question you raise. It might be agonizing to have a question with no answer, but having an answer without a question is to have nothing but a void. Did you make us enter those dreams? That's one way to see it. Which means that you can control this entire virtual space. No, I have yet to gain that kind of authority. The cradle doesn't let anyone but themselves possess that kind of power. After all, they are a group of children unwilling to submit their fate into the hands of others. Who in the world are you? You have the power to make us dream, but your methods differ significantly from the cradles. Surely I have told you before that I am just a frail old man. Then, are you the cradle? Of course not. But whether to believe that is your choice. Evidently, the old man is still hiding something from them. There's probably no use attempting to probe this issue further. Have you seen a mechanoid called Ulysses? Wait, I thought you were looking for a yo-yo. Ulysses is someone my friend is looking for. Ulysses. Such an exotic name. Just like Spooner. Have you seen him? Unfortunately, I do not know of a Ulysses. He's a virtual idol. Upon hearing the answers, Spooner looks somewhat disheartened. As so long as you have that wish in your heart, it will be realized in this mountain. After all, this is the place where those who have lost their hope shall be granted hope. That was the creed they bestowed upon this mountain. Dong, dong, dong. Is the fighting never coming to a stop? Upon hearing the chimes, the two visitors instinctively ready themselves for battle. However, with a wave of his arm, the old man signals for them to relax. Oh, it's him. Over there. Let's follow it. The mechanoid stands silently on the passage ahead. Another mechanoid, huh? Oh, had enough of me talking. That's fine. Go ahead and follow it. They are waiting. Is the cradle just up ahead? They certainly are not the cradle. The old man digs out a tiny seed from his pocket and places it in Hanying's hand. You can have this from here on out. A seed? Yes. I believe that will come in handy to you at some point down the road. Dong. 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 Gubbing, jeez. Just an old man enjoying his conversation. It's all the rush. The old man giggles to himself as if he were replying to the chimes of the bell. Let's head out now. The final leg of the journey must be the most grueling, maybe the most grueling yet. Promise me to be kind to whatever you encounter ahead, whether it's the truth or a deception. Interesting. Life and death. Here we are. Go this way, follow the path, you come across the gate. Awake. Where is this place? Upper passage reached through the lower one. Just follow him. Oh my gosh, look at him. You'll find what you're seeking. You don't know what's waiting ahead. It seems that pushing forward is the only option left. Could be tragic. Should be nothing for you. Yeah, you're a dancer. You should be able to handle it. How many autumn songs? The night wind blows leaves to the porch beam. And onto my sideburns and brows. These are all Kalong-made mechanoids. They don't seem hostile. Are they talking? Whoa. Talk, tongue. Mechanoids won't talk like that. What on earth are they? He is really impatient. The truth has already been unveiled before him. Problem is, he refused to accept it. Want to go to act like never been on the train. She never came back, did he? I'm the only one here all along. They're all laughing at me. Just because of my tongue. They look down on me, insult me. locked me out because you were jealous of me. It's your loss. You just couldn't take it. I was right. You never care about the truth. You just don't.
隠れ極集調印火星水流雲団
My child. I've always wanted to see you. You must be tall and pretty. Daddy is back. You will recover soon. These your memories? How can mechanoids have parents and children and catch diseases? This is the life only humans live. They live here. These mechanoids are humans? Just below the wind deck, along the rock face, is a clutter of murky clouds. The setting sun dips into the mountain, a mere blink, and it will vanish. For the one who seeks the mountain, their gaze is filled with nothing but the winding path, the steps adorned with moss and the unconquered ridge. You could see Kowloon from here in the past, but the city would disappear from view past this point. The mechanoids stationed on the deck scatter as the old man finishes his sentence. A path to the edge of the deck is cleared for Hanying and the old man. Yet we cannot see anything but somber clouds now. Still deeply troubled by the unbearable truth, Hanying is not in the mood to appreciate the scenery pointed out by the old man. If all the mechanoids on this mountain are humans, does that mean? That is not exactly true. These mechanoids are merely reflections in the stream of the real mechanoids in the real world. In this reflection, the cradle inserts the extracted memory and data of the humans into the mechanoids in order to control the mechanoids that are in real life. Which means I've been killing humans since we entered this mountain. Do you find that difficult to accept? I don't know. I really don't know. Hanying's voice trembles slightly as her body does. Inside the body of these mechanoids are living human beings. I just don't. Perhaps all of us are just cold, lifeless machines in human skin that commit human sins. No, that is not the same. Hanying stares at her hands, unable to stop the trembling. Tool to kill. No, it shouldn't have been like this. She only ever wanted to find Yoya, to find the meaning of the heart and the soul, to fulfill her promise and nothing more. Perhaps the self-sacrifice that she so firmly believed in was but an excuse to justify her actions, and nothing more than a cover for her selfishness. What on earth have I done? I guess it's safe to say that anything you encounter here are not humans that are alive. Can a human be alive without a physical body, with only his memories and data? Like a caring parent, the old man gently strokes the metal arm of the blubber mechanoid sitting beside him. The cradle duplicated human memories and data to project onto this dream. At that point, they had already given up all hope and died. They chose death willingly. It was not for the sake of others. In fact, they were grateful to you. Why? Just because all they have are their thoughts and spirits doesn't make them any less human, though. Their hearts, their memories, their wishes and pain hurt them all. I was there to see them dissipate like machines falling apart, crumbling into pieces. The old man hunches over with difficulty to pick up the rusted and jagged long sword. The sword seems too heavy for the old man. He can barely lift it over to give to Hanying. Didn't you already hear his wish? Not everyone can bear the weight of life. Humans have the right to choose to live in the past, just as they have the right to choose to die because of the past. Instilling them with hope is even more cruel. Hanying clenches the sword that has all but fallen apart. trying to feel the warmth left by its owner. If they can live a life full of hope, why would they choose to die? Because hope is a burden too heavy for them. Hanying cannot wrap her head around the idea. It is simply impossible for a mechanoid to understand such logic. A mechanoid has no reason to reject an acceptable result produced by an algorithm that works with correct inputs. If they can live on with even just a slither of hope, why would they throw their lives away? Don't blame yourself. There is so much between life and death that even humans cannot understand. There are things you need to attend to that are more crucial than this, aren't there? You can always come back to thinking about these on a different day. You and your friend are still looking for someone, right? Hanying nods in silence. She needs some time to process the truth. The girl in Kalong Gru followed her into the mountain, or in the ground hall of the mountaintop, and they are still alive. The mountaintop. You have my best wishes, dear child. But please put an end to this dream, even if you cannot save her. As the old man turns around without another word, he faces away from the bewildering, blood-soaked sea of clouds stained by the sunset. If this dream continues, the streets of Kalong will soon be flooded with mechanoids like these. These mechanoids, with their weapons, will know what to do even if the cradle doesn't. And when that happens, the fate that commands life and death will no longer be in the hands of her people. Which means I have to kill the mechanoids and the humans to prevent this calamity from befalling Kalong? Shit. Yes. Isn't there another way out? A way to save the souls and data of these Kalong civilians, while thwarting the Cradle's scheme? What do you think? If there were a way to save everyone, then Yo-Yo could have kept her memories and returned to Kalong, and Hanying herself would not have died that night after the Cradle gained control of her. When you cannot have the cake and eat it, you must make your choice. For a mechanoid, though, this should be a no-brainer. Sacrificing the few in order to save the many, that is the only correct option. She knows that the decision should be an easy one. But that doesn't make it any less painful. No, there isn't. You see, we may have control over certain things, but there are things where we simply don't have a choice. It is time to wake up from this dream. Before you go, keep in mind that there is a gate between reality and this dream. The monk you met earlier is the guardian of that gate. Is he a human too? In a sense, yes, but he was given the duty of guarding the gate. You must pass through the gate to see the reality, in order to see Fu Shen. Dong. Dong. The bell seems to be ringing right inside her ear, and its sounds are becoming increasingly solemn and distinct. The bodies of the mechanoids that have gathered on the deck slowly dissipate and finally disappear altogether. It is time, huh? Fu Shen. Yes, it is a very special mechanoid that has a heart, just like you. But unlike you, it believes that it's been living in a dream when it has actually been living in reality all along. That's the polar opposite of what people living here think. It was robbed of the right to dream because mechanoids cannot dream. But aren't we in a dream right now? That's why it can only live in reality, even though reality might be a bit too cruel for it. Dong, dong, dong. Resonating through the mountains, the bell chimes grow louder, almost to the point of ear-shattering. Could you promise me one last thing before you go? Although what I ask of you may be just as cruel. The old man pauses for a moment as if to let Hanying prepare herself. But there's no need for the old man to lay it out for her, because Hanying already knows in her heart what she has to do. Fu Shen, 'Tis the name of the mechanoid with a heart she will likely have to kill. Just as she awakened from a dream after having died once, those who are suffering in the cruel reality have the right to be in an ageless sleep inside a dream. Her eyes already behold my question. But do you have the answer in your heart? Does she really have the answer? No, I don't know. I don't have power over someone else's life and death, because it's a decision his own heart needs to make. Well, you already have the answer in your heart, then. All that you are looking for can be found here. Wait. The elderly figure slowly fades away and vanishes. The deck is once again empty, save for Hanying and Spooner in the distance, along with the chimes of the bell ringing in her ears. They're all gone. The sinking sun casts its last rays on Hanying. Her shadow stretches across the lonesome deck, silently enduring the somber tolls. The rays of dusk stain like the blood, the very crimson liquid that once soaked her hands. The vital fluid from Lady Chu that dyed her hands maroon many moons ago, befitting the same brilliant color of the laughter, the screams, the births, and the deaths that took place that night. Hanying. Yes. It's almost impossible to imagine what the Cradle has done on this mountain. Murdering humans, extracting their memories and data to create digitalized husks before implanting them into mechanoids. This is a living hell. Do you consider those humans dead? They are dead from a physiological perspective. But the mechanoids we met just now. No, I mean the Kowloon civilians. The way they behave and speak, their memories. They clearly are living human beings. Spooner shakes his head. I'm not sure how to word it. I think the truth is much more complicated than that. The truth might be cruel, but I think we need to accept it to be merciful about it. Not every story has a happy ending. We have no choice but to accept it at a time like this. And that reminds me of Ulysses. God only knows how he's holding up. Spooner becomes choked up and leaves the sentence unfinished. Hanying, however, knows that the reality is probably far worse than what Spooner might expect. All that you came looking for can be found here. She is looking for Yo-Yo, and according to the man, Yo-Yo is safe at the peak. But they still haven't seen this Ulysses that Spooner is looking for. And if they are to see Ulysses here, then his fate most likely is already sealed. Spooner, I'm sorry. I will never be able to forgive myself. Huh? Why do you say that? What I ask of you may be just as cruel. I think I'm just saying it out of regret, a sense of guilt. Or it might be because I did something terribly wrong. Can I really do this? I don't want to be in this beautiful yet hollow dream any longer, but I have to face an even more painful truth to leave. Is all of this really worth it? Her fingertips instinctively move toward her neck once again, toward that enduring scar. On that fateful night, she hurt Yo-Yo. She deceived Yo-Yo, and they turned into enemies. But on that same night, she chose death in order to protect Yo-Yo. She was nothing more than an ordinary mechanoid, an ordinary dancer. She did not have the power to protect anyone. She could only selfishly keep her hope safe in her hands. She hoped and prayed that Yo-Yo could live and that she would one day be able to make her own choices. She died for hope. She held tightly onto that hope throughout that beautiful dream. That was how she was able to continue living in that dream until the day she woke. I will never deny the things I have done. Perhaps dreams were never as delightful and sweet as they are portrayed in ballads and lullabies. If I have to live with this gruesome reality, then I am prepared to pay an equal price. Come what may. Whether it is a human or a mechanoid, alive or dead, I am ready to face it. Leaving the last rays of the sun and the sea of clouds behind, Hanying steps onto the final stretch of the narrow, rocky path. Alrighty. Make it louder. The blaring tolls of the bell shake the mountain at its core, threatening to shatter the slopes at any moment, sending boulders tumbling down. No longer the melodious chimes they were at the beginning, the rhythmic blares now carry with them wrath and madness. Hanying is on a narrow, perilous trail, carved between two rock walls, which only amplify the deathly knells. Even the layer of thin ice growing on the slabs is in danger of being blasted off. Over the ear-shattering noise, Hanying and Spooner have no choice but to communicate through wireless signals unique to mechanoids. The tolls are getting louder and more frequent, meaning we should be drawing near the location the old man mentioned. I think there's probably more to it. Thank you for the stream, gotta go to sleep. Alright, thanks for coming by, Aru Supremacy. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a good night. The old man said that we'd first come across a gatekeeper before seeing the mechanoid by the name of Fushen. We still haven't figured out how this virtual space works, though. The trail makes a hairpin turn, when the last flake of frost hanging off a piece of bottom leaf flutters onto Hanying's shoulder. The blaring tolls come to an abrupt stop. Hanying stops in her tracks. Right in front of them is the gate. Beams of sunlight burn through the gloomy clouds onto the summit. Showered in the flaming glow of dusk at the top of the stairway is the gatekeeper, standing silently in front of the gate. It is no doubt a mechanoid. Reflecting the sun's radiance is a little evening frost clinging onto the machine's exposed metal parts. The entity is acting as if it has been here since the beginning of time. Hanying gestures for Spooner to halt. Travelers. The gatekeeper speaks without moving an inch. Hanying, Spooner. How do you know our names? I was given the duty of guarding the gate, so I must know the names of those who come. We are here to rescue our friends. Please let us through. The bell tolls were a warning. Are you controlled by the bell too? I am the gatekeeper. I only answer to the gate. I have to enter this gate. This is my duty as the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper shows no sign of letting the trespassers through. I have to enter this gate. This is exactly what a traveler that came before the two of you said too. They were looking for a way to leave this world too. Was it Yo-Yo? You mean Pulao, who also goes by the name of Yo-Yo. This is Zenyatta's brother. He does kind of look like Zenyatta. Did Yo-Yo pass through here? Yes, she did. The tolls of the bell let them in. But not the two of you. What if we insist? What if the gate doesn't lead you to where you want to go? What if it's just another dream? Would you still enter? All dreams must come to an end. You leave us with no choice but to fight our way through if you refuse to let us pass. The gatekeeper falls silent. He stands there quietly, awaiting the challenge of those who attempt to pass. A moment of silence follows as both sides ready themselves for a grueling fight. Wait. Do you have the key? The key. The gatekeeper looks at Hanying with a confused expression for a moment before nodding his head and moving out of the way. Looks like you have no clue. You can enter now, please. What in the world's going on? There is a key for every lock. You have the key to this lock. A lock can be opened by this key, by its key. A tiny speck of light suddenly appears on Hanying. It's a tiny, dried, unremarkable seed glowing in a warm hue. The little seed the old man gave me is a key. This is all you need to enter the gate? I am just a gatekeeper. Travelers must open the gate themselves. Hanying climbs up the stairs hesitantly and stops in front of the gate with the tiny seed in her hand. Mountain mist surges in through the gate, bathing everything in a dusty white. The view changes completely in the flick of a moment. The treacherous trail and the passage have disappeared. All that's left is the tightly sealed, lonesome gate and a crumbling half-wall. It might just be another dream beyond this gate. Now, you've been warned. This is your last chance. You can still turn back and walk away from the gate. But if you open the gate, there will be things that we need to accept. It's a disgrace for a gatekeeper to let anyone pass through the gate. Once you open the gate, I will try to stop you from going forward and die. I would rather not fight you or kill you if I could. Guarding the gate is the meaning of my existence, and nothing would change that. I am sure you know what you have to do. We will all accept our fate, eventually. The mechanoid turns to face away from the gate and resumes its original upright stance. Hanying grabs onto the rusty door knocker and pushes open the gate without hesitation. Is this the world behind the gate? The environment feels completely different from just now. Just like I thought, this place isn't real either. But why do I see another gate here? And it just so happens to be the same gate I saw on the mountain. Maybe the answer is just behind it. You chose to push the gate open in the end. You seem to be ready. It's a tree. There seems to be someone under the tree, but the fog is too thick. There's Pulao over there. Yo-Yo. Was she brought here by the hackers? Yo-Yo, can you hear me? Cute. Is she asleep? Good. At least she's okay. Wait for me, Yo-Yo. I'll take you out of here. How? Why can't I lock onto this guy? Why can't I lock onto him? Jeez. They can't lock onto him, so I gotta change my camera. I can't lock onto him at all. So it's messing up my camera.
高校正確追加隠れ極集調印まだまだ耐えられます高校正確追加火星水流雲団隠れ極集調印
There we go. I couldn't lock onto him at all for some reason.
踊りの続きはまたの機会に
How does one describe the wind? That which carries the fallen leaf and that which ripples the water. But it might not be the wind that carries the fallen leaf or rippled the water. So this is the world beyond the gate. The gatekeeper looks up into the dancing leaves in front of the giant maple tree. Have you never been here yourself? I am the gatekeeper. What's behind the gate is not my business. I have never turned to look at the gate behind me. Or maybe there was no gate to begin with. No, the gate has always been here. Been there. You are the gate. You are the one keeping all of this behind the gate. I am the gate. But this tree is not a dream that belongs to me. I am just a fragment. Maybe this dream belongs to the human you. You mean him? No, this dream does not belong to him either. He only wanted to take one last look at Kowloon, at that ship, and at his friends. Were you a passenger on the Niter? Who isn't? To find the truth, we died on the Niter and were born again on the Niter. For the same truth, we became the gatekeeper, or the gate itself. Maybe you could tell me your name and the names of your friends. You might not be able to make it out alive, but I can still say hi to them for you. I could tell them your story. Huh. Names are not important. I am no longer in that dream. Do you know whom this dream belongs to? I don't know. All I know is that this tree is the dream of a seed. A seed. Hanying searches for the seed but cannot find it. This is a wish. A wish that can only be realized in a dream. The old man's dream. I told you. I don't know. This dream is just a wish. It is not even a real dream. It's too shattered and incomplete to even have a proper entrance. My existence is no longer needed since you have passed through the gate. Will you awaken from the dream? No, because we are already part of this mountain. The gatekeeper picks up a leaf, which a moment later drifts back down to the water's surface with the breeze. These autumn leaves that blanket the heavens mark the end of our journey. Last one. Our home. Oh.
足元をしっかりさせないとそう風林部派高校正確追加隠れ極集調印火星
shit.
足元をしっかりさせないと。そう風林武破。
所詮は無視。
火星水流雲団隠れ極集調印。足元をしっかりさせないと。
Could not move. Okay.
高根正確水管。高根正確水管。隠れ極集調印。足元をしっかりさせないと。高根正確水管。そう風林武破。そう隠れ極集調印。そう風林武破。
It's not at the end though. I know he has a second phase. I fought him before. I fought him with his tree patch.
最後だ。
足元をしっかりさせないと。そう風林武破。高根正確水管。高根正確水管。そう隠れ極集調印。
終わりだ。
高根正確水管。そう風林武破。足元をしっかりさせないと。まだまだ耐えられます。
死ね。
隠れ極集調印。
I really don't know anything about this gameplay or it. I don't know anything.
高根正確水管。
消えろ。所詮は無視。
足元をしっかりさせないと。そう風林武破。そう風林武破。
死ね。
そう風林武破。隠れ極集調印。
終わりだ。叩き潰す。
足元をしっかりさせないと。
Oh, Jesus Christ.
まだまだ耐えられます。
I cannot read his attacks at all.
高根正確水管。高根正確水管。足元をしっかりさせないと。
叩き潰す。
そう風林武破。
What?
死ね。
そう風林武破。
I've struggled so much against the boss before this.
そう風林武破。高根正確水管。
There we go.
と示せば。
Oh, dream as light as dawn. The great hall of our homeland is reserved for you. Our homeland is one with hell. Our homeland is the answer to the suffering we endure upon our bodies. I've lost. No, you cannot admit defeat. Get up, you cannot lose. Inside the ancient temple, ragged figures appear one after another. Most of them are wearing similarly styled hats to conceal part of their faces. They each carry a shimmering terminal as proof of their existence. This is not a dream. This is reality. Those standing in front of the temple and behind Fu Shen are living humans of flesh and blood. You are the cradle. Get up! You can't lose! You cannot be defeated! The noble and undying, you are invincible! I wish... The warrior, having collapsed on the ground from fatigue, begins to explode in orange sparks like an overloaded machine. Then, as if pulled by an invisible puppet string, it begins to stand up. They are forcing it to reboot. And when they're done, there's one way this can end. Stand up! Remember your calling. You need to win. There is no stopping. The warrior flickering in red flashes through the garden once more. The whispers of the cradle and their key clatters muddled together to form what sounds like a grand prayer, but at the same time, a meaningless hymn. The dazzling array of different colors from their terminals shines upon their ragged clothes to form a bizarre scene on the stage. Attack, attack, attack. The fighter attacks without so much as a coherent move. It strikes with a force from pure insanity, just like the glorious red light sparkling around it. A figure in damaged armor grazes an agile figure in midair, leaving frightening gashes on the garden bricks. Hanying blocks the warrior's attacks as she moves back for a brief moment of respite. Before she can take another breath, another attack comes striking down. Hanying! Spooner suddenly appears and blocks a heavy blow from Fu Shen. Skilled at combat as he is, Spooner still finds it difficult to withstand this unnatural power. Slaughter and crush! Your power is unlimited! We go. In the split second that Spooner is holding their enemy down, Hanying joins in to subdue it. As you do. We follow, we retribute. Please fulfill our wish and realize all of our aspirations. Please fulfill. I won't be able to hold it down for much longer. Spooner, get up. Get ready to let go. Now. Fu Shen lands a heavy blow on the ground while Spooner and Hanying roll in the other direction. There is only one chance. Hanying flashes in front of Fu Shen. She already closed her fan that has turned into a sharp dagger, and is now aiming for the heart that might be inside Fu Shen. It's probably going to stop if I hit that. She doesn't even have time to let her memory shell calculate the best course of action, nor does she know how to stall this giant machine. She can only act on her instincts. Complete. Hanying! Your eyes already behold my question. But do you have the answer in your heart? So what is your question? I want to know what a heart is. So have you found the answer? No, I don't know what a heart is, what counts as having a heart, and how to prove its existence. In fact, that is the answer. No, how can a question be the answer? Maybe your existence alone is what makes a heart what it is. Perhaps you have these questions precisely because it exists. So who are you? I am your question. Your every choice, your cowardice, hesitation, sympathy, sins, and insanity are part of me. I thought you only existed in my dreams. I have always been here. So has she. This is truly nostalgic. So, what is your question? I will commit sins. So, what is your answer? I already have an answer. Hello there. Who is this? I am probably the witness to your answer. Witness? You can't be Fu Shen. A fragment of Fu Shen. Or should we say what Fu Shen should have been? The humanoid hybrid mechanoid flashes a warm smile. So this is your dream? No, not exactly. You do know that mechanoids don't dream, don't you? This is merely one of my insignificant dreams. Before I was modified by the cradle, I kept this wish safe in the deepest corner of my heart. But what is the wish in your heart? That is your answer. Eyes on the target, she thrusts her dagger in, like an experienced but clumsy assassin. A weak vibration travels up the fan and into her palm. In the next instant, the vibration grows into a violent disintegration. Town, thank you for taking this life with your very hands. Ah, remember now. You, the mechanoid on that rainy night. A mechanoid on a rainy night. Are you Ulysses? Ah, that was my original name. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome, Spoon. I've hopped out of the prison at the fighting ring right into yet another prison. A place without an exit. There were no signs of stars on that night, just like this. Only trees and a sky full of fallen leaves. The trembling finally subdues into silence. I hope that you will find the answer you want in your dream. Yeah, I had a feeling that Ulysses was going to be Fu Shen at the end there. It kind of seemed like it was leading to that. A name lost in hell. Not done yet. Is this really a good idea? Some problems we must solve with force. But they didn't do anything wrong. They're innocent. Tell me, do you believe in God? God? If God wanted to put an end to evil, but can't, then God is incompetent. If God can put an end to evil, but hasn't, then God is evil. If God wants to put an end to evil and is capable of doing so, then why does evil linger in this world? If God does not want to and is incapable of putting an end to evil, then why do we call it God? Suffering and evil are the second to last cruelest of truths in this world. Second to last? Bang! We hereby declare that the cradle has been reborn, and we have taken over this building saddled with hollow faith. This will be the beginning of our pilgrimage to overthrow the phony tyrants that rule over Kowloon. We would like to ask for your cooperation while we borrow this building. Hey, Fu Shen. Huh? Has the cradle told you about the experiments? Many of the apprentices under my master went already. They were all saying how they wouldn't need to practice cultivation anymore if we could reach enlightenment using technology. You aren't going to tell me you believe that, are you? We don't, of course. I just wanted to know whether enlightenment was just another name for truth. I think it's too dangerous. Nobody has returned from the experiment yet. For me, Fantasy and reality are just two sides of the same coin. But the cradle offered me a deal. As a friend, I want to stop you from going. I have been searching for the truth ever since I joined the Niter, and I have indeed found it. At the cost of losing my friends and what I was supposed to keep safe. I see. So I am willing to bear the consequences, if it means I could save others. If it means I could help them find their way out of the fraudulent virtual world. I have already seen the true and the false. But it makes me sad to think that there are those who cannot differentiate between reality and dream, and live on in a dream believing that it's real. Maybe it is my destiny to atone for my sins this way. Even at the cost of your life. Even at the cost of my life, yes. Have you found them? Some parts are missing, but I have Villier's research and the final report sent from our people on the Niter. Oh my. At least they didn't die for nothing. I heard that after the assassination, Villiers put 300 million in our hands. Not going to happen. Once we get that new debug report, we can start working on restructuring the experiment. Leaving this mess for us to clean up, huh? Well played, indeed, Villiers. We're going to build that with at least one managing AI with advanced computing power, but I guess we'll just have to wait. We'll just have to see how things are as we go now. Got it. Go ahead and rest. You're not a young man anymore. I haven't had a good night's sleep in ages. Be it true of Villiers, how long is going to pay for our sins? For the cradle. For the cradle. Master, they are all gone. Good riddance. No amount of cultivation is going to keep them here if they can't stand their ground. Master, I'm here to bid you farewell. Oh, are you going to join the experiment too? No, I just want to bring everyone back. Your friend went with them too, right? Yes. No one knows what's going to happen. I just wanted to see you one last time before I go. What's holding me back? Is it really okay if I go? It's your choice whether to stay or to leave. Understood. The light can pass on its fire to 1,000, but it matters not that one of them dies. It worked. Duplicate and extract human data and framework in bulk. The core is number 13, a male subject. I think he's from the Niter, but because we don't have an AI with enough computing power, we'll have to keep the human brain. We'll slow down the computing power a bit, but there's nothing else we can do. We extract the duplicated human data, combine it with the debug report from the Niter. That should be enough for us to control mechanoids from a virtual environment. We have no subject to test this on. What about the Niter? Isn't the shoreline crawling with humans after they docked? Brilliant idea. But wouldn't we run into problems with their defense unit? The mechanoids left by our predecessors look quite promising. So, what's going to happen after that? What do you mean? We have pieced the technology together. Now what? Never mind that. Let's keep going. I'll deal with the mechanoids and humans we used in the experiment. Understood. By the way, are they all dead? They are all dead in theory. I am no biologist, but because we couldn't fully understand Villier's research, we had to kill them to extract and duplicate the data. Are they really dead? That other living world reconstructed. Is that the same as being dead? What do you mean? The dead don't speak nor think, but they... I don't know. My parents planned out my whole life when I was still a kid. They had every single moment of my life planned out, from birth to death, no wishes allowed. My life was hell. No, it was worse than hell. Please, just kill me already. I'm innocent. Swear word. They don't give a damn about the truth. They're just jealous. This smells nothing like air. Please, I really miss my kid. Those who have sinned shall here be absolved. Those who have lost their hope shall here be granted hope. Those on the verge of death shall here be granted eternity. They run inside of me as they roar. People derived joy out of their pain when they were still humans. And when their carnal shells perish, they too shall enter this cycle and derive joy out of people's pain themselves. And so too shall solitude, wishes, hatred, and fear forever cycle on. 20 years ago, the Cradle told him that he'd be able to save everyone in exchange for partaking in the experiment. Broke as a drunk, and having nothing better than tattered clothing to cover himself with, the man had nothing to lose. So the Cradle modified him, turning his brain into a receptor of people's consciousnesses and using him to control mechanoids. The man never ended up saving his friends. He met his friends again in his own world, at which point his friends had all perished. And so they lived in the dead new world. The Cradle went ahead and dug into his brain anyway, hoping to create a world where reality and virtuality would blend into each other. And from his brain, they managed to extract the mountain at its most beautiful through replication and growth. And that's how he lost all his memories. Memories of his friends, his teacher, and even his name. As a gesture of pity, the Cradle told him his teacher's name and the name of his best friend. And the man adopted his teacher's name as his own out of shame. By the way, did you know that there are no butterflies up this mountain, no matter what season of the year it is? But on that very day when the new world was created, there were butterflies everywhere, up on the peak. I am going home for revenge. I got kicked out of home. This isn't home, so I can't. What did I do wrong? I never did anything wrong. Can you hear them? So this is them. Yes. And they have been inside of me. Some were visitors from outside the mountain. Some were spiritual seekers. And some were ghosts of the Cradle's making. Ghosts of the Cradle's making, huh? Hackers enter my body and become part of me when they die. Which is why I can hear them, along with their wishes and aspirations. Don't you hate them, though? You're the way you are now because of them. If they've taken so many lives. I did. Except I don't anymore. They have given up already. Time wears memories away, and most of the hackers that are still alive have forgotten their wishes. An eye for an eye, huh? That sounds like something he would do. I'm in no position to laugh at them, but I guess you do. I do. People are animals that live by their habits, but you don't. I'm a machine and not an animal. What difference does it make? Who would have been able to tell the difference anyway, had the line between machines and humans never been crossed? And it seems like you've made up your mind already anyway. I'm sorry. People hurt others and take away what's not theirs to guard and look for what they're after. And you've made a decision because you've been through the pain of being aware of this cruel truth. Out of nowhere, Hanying feels it through the fan she's holding. the unnerving shiver she's now no stranger to. Oh boy, look at this tree. Have you seen it? Years ago, except it wasn't as big back then. The gatekeeper told me that this place was someone's dream. It is indeed. And I presume this is your dream. No, it's not. Everything up in this mountain comes from my thoughts. And I've seen everything except for this tree. I've heard about the seeds of this tree, so I put a shard of my younger self on guard for it. The man stops by the maple tree. All seem to have come to a halt, even the leaves that were still rustling in the wind just moments ago. By the way, I understand that I'm not the quietest old man you've ever seen, but I was hoping to make just one last request. Be my guest. See to it. Please, tell no one about this mountain when you're back home. We're but a part of history, and we'd much rather keep it that way. Home is too far away a place for us to go back now. So please, speak of us to no one when you're back. Of course, sir. Very well. Very well. Pensively, the man studies a leaf he holds in midair. I was hoping to never wake up from this dream, but I have no idea anymore if this is actually Adrian. We might have woken up a long time ago. There's probably no difference between reality and dream. So please, please end it all. She walks alone into the depths of the grand hall. To end it all, she has one last thing to do. There lies the world's cruelest of truths. The care unit room in the wooden attic is dominated by electronic devices of all sorts, having nothing but a single window through which its occupant can take in the world outside. In the center of the room is a life pod clad by a thick layer of dust. By her hand, Hanying dusts it off. Lying quietly inside a life pod is a middle-aged man with a calm expression, with probes of all sizes going into his body, most of which connected to his brain. The sight is painful just to behold. Stagnation is the name they gave this medical technology that maximally delays human aging, which Hanying heard about back in the days when she was still on the niter. And living with this pod is a very steep price the user has to pay. For the man inside the pod, time stopped on the very day he became one of us. It's ironic how you pick the face of an old man when you never age, and how you've been pursuing death when death is the least of your concerns living in that world. The sound of electricity traveling through the wires seemed to sound through the otherwise dead quiet room. When electricity passes through the wire that's in Hanying's hand now, it turns into all sorts of powers that sustain his life. All his memories, wishes, aspirations, and his life. All of these would come to an end if she pulls the plug now. He will die, and she will be his murderer. There just might be another way to help them snap out of this and help them lead a safe life. You've always known it, except you never wanted to wake up from the dream. At the end of the day, the answer we hold within us is probably what determines whether we're awake or dreaming. Embracing life and death was his and their last choice, a choice that she made herself too. The light dims when a cloud of dust slips off, leaving not one single piece of light in the room, except for the light that comes in through the tiny window. Good night. The wind and the falling leaves utter the truth. Their journey has come to an end. I can see this tree from the attic. I can only see the top of the tree. Was the only thing I can see through the window. I see. This tree has been around for a few hundred years already, probably. and it will only, and on it will keep living. It sure will. Say, have you ever seen a pagoda tree? Pagoda trees are beautiful. Pagoda trees are beautiful and blossom. Let's go when you're done resting. And I don't need to try to catch up to you this time. No rush. We've got a long journey ahead. From thousands of leaves, a red maple leaf falls into her palm. It is a miserable soul without faith. The body has decayed, but its soul cannot find the gate to heaven. A pitiful one that shall wander indefinitely before it lands. Welcome back. Still more, only. Leave this one here and take this box here with you. Is this a spare part? Right, and this set of outfits that Hanying usually keeps handy. Just so we're clear, you're not one of us. You're a construct. Hanying and the rest of us are mechanoids. She kept on saying your name in her dream, though. Do mechanoids dream? Well, I wouldn't call it that. It's just our neural circuit running a minimum power. Living human beings are the only ones that can dream, though. She is no human. She's one of us. By the way, the thing that you asked the shop owner to give me the other day. What? That piece of paper with all sorts of weird symbols. That's the language we mechanoids use. That mechanoid right there beside you will translate it for you. But Una doesn't talk. Should I do the honor then? Sorry, Yo-Yo. Yep, that's it. This is what she kept on saying in her dream. What's the matter with this, though? Well, nothing really. Anyhow, are you and Sage really going to be able to fix Hanying? Hanying's dream is very complicated. Sage might be the only one who knows how to wake her up, but even then it's probably going to take a very long time. She either has to leave her dream, or wanders on infinitely until her soul vanishes in there. No, I'm sure she's going to make it out just fine. What's going on? Is that my voice? Am I afloat in the air? And that's me by the port, right? And why do I feel like I've seen that weird mechanoid over there? And that glass pot over there? No. I'm sure she's going to make it out just fine. Who's that? Yo-Yo. Hanying. Hanying? Hey. Here I am. The dream I was in seemed ridiculously long. Same. Am I still dreaming? No, Yo-Yo. You're awake now. It's all over, Yo-Yo. That's good to know. In Hanying's arms, Pulao once again closes her eyes and falls into a dreamless sleep. They're reunited again. With Miku's last wish carried out, the mountain has never seen a single controlled mechanoid, nor heard the tolls of the bell. Waking up in no time in Hanying's arms, Pulao holds Hanying tight like she did on that night many years ago. Between them, however, there are no tears shed, but only joy that needs not be uttered. As the members of Pulao crew wake up one after another, Pulao directs them to capture the remnants of the cradle, during which they stumble across some Pulao crew members who have lost their lives. Spooner lends Pulao crew a helping hand, something he rarely ever does. Ouch! Easy there! Although throughout the entire process, Spooner remains quiet. He only shakes his head when Hanying asks him whether they should take Fu Shen back to the church. I'll respect its wish, says Spooner. Mount Huai Wu is the same old when they're back at its foot, except there isn't a trace of a machine or human. This is such a beautiful mountain. It is. And you probably don't get to see mountains so beautiful outside of Kowloon. Extending her hand, Hanying is about to pat Yo-Yo on the head like she would many years ago. When she realizes that patting Yo-Yo in front of her subordinates probably isn't exactly slightly. Let's go home. Without any hesitation, Pulao takes Hanying's hand. Amidst the clumps of mugwort, barnyard grass, and white grass, the green bricks and grey tiles of Kowloon were nothing more than paintings found in painting scrolls that impartially document the moss on the crumbling stone walls and the rust on the steel wreckage. Most of the square tiles on the floor are no better than pulverized dust now, having been worn down by the fires of war. Some, however, remain where they have always been, albeit crushed and splintered. Stretching into the distance, they seem to have a story to tell every passerby of their collective past. My lady, we just threw the guys we had captured from up the mountain into the pantry on East Mall. A member of Pulao, the girl passes Pulao a key and awaits her command. The pantry? Why though? Lord Chao Fang rented the old pantry to keep the guys because we're out of space on board to keep them. Tch, what a guy. Guess I'm going to have to thank Sir Shu personally then. Anything else I can do for you, my lady? Beneath her tone and veil is a soul no older than late teens. This much one can tell. Let's call it a day, and thank you for coming all the way here. The pleasure is all mine. Surprised by Pulao's friendly gesture, the girl takes a hop and disappears amidst the yellow-gray bricks and tiles. The kid. How old is she? 17. Just joined us just last month. She's got all sorts of interesting ideas upstairs, though, and she really enjoys carrying herself beyond her age. That sounds like something you did all the time, Yo-Yo. No way. Dumbfounded for a second, Yo-Yo quickly breaks into a happy smile. With the bricks creaking subtly under their feet, Yo-Yo and Hanying fade away in the green-gray scroll. Into the craters through which river water flows, amidst the fractured high-rises, down to the last of corners, there are traces of unfiltered punishing. Beyond the bridge, the water makes its way down a still deeper riverway. By the bridge stands a metallic road sign that bears the name of this street, number 20, East Silo Street. Hanying, why do they call this street Silo Street? I don't see any big, tall silos here. That's because people from the ship used to store grains in warehouses here, but not anymore. I see so many restaurants and food stalls, and sugar figurines. Do you want one? I got a few more grubs. Hanying, look over there. Someone's doing martial arts on the stage. Is there a performance? No, they are more like bodyguards. Rich people hire bodyguards to protect themselves and their goods. Oh, you can make money as a bodyguard just by doing that? I can do it too then. Not quite, but you've got the right spirit there. Huh? You might be late by the time the performance ends. If the market is still open, we'll come back through this street and get some snacks. Yep. Without making so much as a noise, the river water courses on, outspreads and dries up, before it outspreads again. And as though nothing had changed, the two of them, hand in hand, walk quietly down the street of Kowloon. Hanying? Yes. Well, I just wanted to say your name. Because it's been a while since we last enjoyed a walk together, no? It's been 20-odd years, and I still catch myself thinking about what would have become of you if they never turned into a construct, Yo-Yo. Chao Fang is super naggy, and I'd never want to become someone like that. But haven't you ever regretted it? I mean, you did it because of me. And because of you, I survived living on the ship. Come on, Hanying. You really need to stop bringing that up. I'm going to keep my mouth shut about it too. Pulao holds her hand out, and with a smile on her face, covers Hanying's mouth. When she sees Hanying's neck, however, she appears distracted. Time has brought them more memories than they could have ever recounted. Yet everything about them and this city has transcended time itself. Hey, watch out there, will ya? Out of nowhere, a man carrying 2 hulking stacks of goods passes them by. Almost making the faux pas of dropping his goods, the man manages to save himself the embarrassment with some adroit maneuvers. Apologies. Sir, what are you... Never seen a luggage carrier, huh? Life would have been much easier if those blubbers didn't just show up and take my job. No, sir, that's not what I mean. Anyhow, I gotta go now. With a gentle smile, the man picks up the luggage and walks away. Did you see all the things the guy's carrying? Fresh tungulu here, fresh flowers here. A light in golden neon lights. The street bustles with sail calls here and there. The cornices and red lanterns over the decorated archway seemingly having come to life over the crowd making their way through the street. What is all this? This is what Kowloon should be like. Out of the hustle and bustle of the street emerges a middle-aged couple, hand in hand and dressed in traditional outfits. Gentle looking, the man looks this way with a smile. Hey, it's you. Shh. Standing by the man, the woman, carrying the distinctive vibes of a researcher, puts her index finger over her mouth. Huh? The two of you aren't locals, are you? I was born here and raised a proud Kowloon kid. Seemingly bothered that her authenticity is being called into question, Hula now carries herself tall. I'd have bet that you two weren't from around here, though, judging from how clueless you look. Are you sisters? Of course. Must be quite a handful having to take care of a younger sister acting beyond her age, no? No, not at all. I wouldn't trade my days on the Niter with her for anything else. The Niter? So you really are clueless. I still remember that gigantic ship that Bisha built. Bisha? Have you been on the Niter? Well, not really. Well, that's a shame. But it's docked right by the port now, so feel free to pay it a visit whenever you want to. And I take it that you take us there as a local guide. Never had to do that, but you can always count on the almighty Pulau. Wait, you can't be part of the Pulau crew, can you? Well, I am. Oh my, so you're one of child of Kowloon. I can't even tell you're a kid. If it's comfortable if you're part of the Kowloon crew, right? What's your salary like? I wouldn't really describe my life as being comfortable. I mean, I didn't join it for the grubs. Oh, of course. Zilyo and the man chat away about Kowloon crew. The woman quietly lets go of her husband's hand and walks up to Hanying. Knowing full well where they are, the woman gently grabs Hanying by the arm all the same. She's the same great fun she used to be. When she was a kid, she'd keep saying how she wanted to become one of the heroes from those action movies. Guess she made it. She's always wanted to come back to Kowloon, but... Shaking her head, the woman cuts Hanying short. Time had long forgotten us, but a fresh start awaits you. A fresh start awaits you, as well as Kowloon. I don't think Yo-Yo knows who you are. That's fine, and let's just keep it that way. But I promise to come back here with her to visit the two of you. And you kept your promise. The woman says with a gentle smile, the same way she did so many times back when she was living in Kowloon. Boy, that's super far up north. I know, right? That's the only ice-free port the Arctic Route Union was able to do their business with us at. That place is so cold. I mean, you can literally sneeze there and see ice blasting out of your nose. Man, that sounds really bad. Which is why antifreeze comes in handy for constructs there. The weather there is really just a cakewalk compared to all the corrupted and all sorts of things we need to deal with here. Seems like you're a true globetrotter then. What's that one line they always say? Love and hope. Conquer it all. Right. Totally had that on the tip of my tongue. And you've heard of Kowloon's magical girl, huh? I have, and I still remember it. There is this panda in it that can fly and speak. Oh my. And I kept thinking that people wouldn't know an anime this old. Sure is, isn't it? Lying at the depths of the scroll are memories that transcend time itself. Hey, let's get going. Pretty chatty today, aren't you? We should let them go now. They've got a whole list of things to do here. Oops, apologies. Are you leaving already? Yep. We did enjoy a great chat with the two of you, though. And it's time for us to part our ways and carry on with our lives. Are you really from around here yourselves? Well, I'd say we've always been living here, and this is where we'll always be living. But a globetrotter like yourself probably isn't going to stick around for too long, no? We'll see about that. Will I see you both around in town? You bet. This kind gentleman here promised to do a Kowloon's Magical Girl CD exchange with you, no? Yep. No way I'll ever let that slip. Alright. I'll see you both around then. Yep. Take good care now. Do take good care of her, Hanying. I will. Walking hand in hand down a back alley and taking a turn, the couple disappears amidst the green bricks and gray tiles. A long trip later, Kowloon finds itself the way it's always been. The same way they find themselves now. Do you know them? Well, we go way back. Kind of. Have I seen them before? I felt safe and happy talking to the man just now, and that's how I feel when I talk to you too. That's because you're used to talking to strangers now. I guess that means I grew up a little? Yep. You heard what they said, right? You're old enough now to be out there to keep people safe. And I'm sure no kids can survive days on the Niner like you did. But I had this funny feeling just now that when they left, it's kind of like a part of me went missing. With it, Hanying can feel Yo-Yo's grip tighten around her own hand. Why is that, though? Time had long forgotten us, but a fresh start awaits you, as well as Kowloon. That is a trip they must take before the fresh start. Without saying a word, Hanying tightens her hand around Yo-Yo's. It's fine, Yo-Yo. Remember how you promised me that you'd never cry again? I'm not crying, I'm just sad. I don't know why. It's fine. I'm here. So, do you know your way around here? Not really. Can't walk in Kowloon on my own to save my life. But let's do this together, Hanying. Aww. After the curtains fall. Alright, this is the last one.
Yo-Yo, あなたに渡したいものがあるの。あなたの過去と旧流、そして両親に関する記憶、持ってきたの。そのままでいいです。本当に？でも。もちろん本当です。私はもう欲しいものを見つけました。わかった。よよ。いえ、ほら。うわあ、美味しそう。うにゃねさん、こっちこっち。ええ。
A few days later at the Church of Machina. Boy, that's a shame. We could have totally fixed your friend and restored his memory model if we used the technology by the same humanoid hybrid as you. Would have been very nice of you if you'd shown me some more trust. And as I said, what a real shame. I disagree, though. He picked his own path, and I had no intention of getting in his way. Well, so be it then. Say, how's Hanying going? She is back in Kowloon now. She just came back here, no? When Hanying took Arcana up on her invitation, Arcana told her that she could stay in Kowloon and help her kind. Well, that is great, no? I mean, given how little we know about how they make their machines in Kalong. Making a sucking noise with his mouth, Xavier fiddles with the invention in his hands. Hey. Yes? Anything else? I can't help but remember how Akena looked when Hanying took her up on her invitation a few days ago. Oh, you have no clue, do you? You see, the hanged man didn't get replaced because of a natural cause. You mean Hanying? I was talking about the last hanged man. This is what happened a long time ago. Well, a bit over a decade ago, I think, and you weren't around then. Because of what happened at the church, the guy who was assigned the role of hanged man died the very same day he joined the church. They hadn't found a replacement since, until Sage woke Hanying up. The guy died the very same day he joined the church, he said. That's right. And I guess this is probably what was going through Akena's mind when she had that look on her face a few days ago. And up until that point, every single hanged man was replaced because of unnatural causes, to the point that it overtook the chariot and wheel of fortune. And I thought Hanying just might be able to steer clear of the same fate, given that she technically died once. Says Xavier as it touches its non-existent chin. But who knows, right? I never expected Hangman to be her side. In the depths of the second prison down in the Niger's Orlop, a little while earlier. Who the fuck? So, I hope you've been enjoying your suffering so far. A man walks into the otherwise empty prison cell, his face silhouetted with his back against the sun. The cradle, however, has no trouble recognizing the name. You didn't come here to poke fun at me now, did you? We're both nothing more than dead corpses trapped in coffins of the past, Yin. Well, yours is probably a little more expensive than mine, I suppose. What the This guy's still alive? I see, you're the same old. So is that ugly face of yours. They got most of your people up in the mountain, and we just heard from the city that old friend of yours is dead too. In short, you're all done for. Every last one of you. Unfazed by Yin's derisive tone, the cradle remains seated squarely in his plank bed, his eyes fixated on the porthole. Well, we were all done for a long time ago. What goes around comes around, and I'm sure they saw this coming. And given how old he is, this didn't hit me as a surprise at all. Right, and I'm here to help you face the music. With it, Yin pulls something out of his pocket and places it on the plank bed. It's a pistol. I brought this here for you, and it's got a single bullet in there. Say, you don't think I'm going to rat you out, do you? What happened was written in Kalong's history, keeping a group of assassins and assassinating the Lord of Kalong. Well, I guess the would-be Lord of Kalong would have been a much more fitting title. Do you really think everything you did would just go poof if you wiped me out? You're the last one among your people that lived through what had happened. So I thought this end befitting for you. Saying not a word, the cradle reaches for the pistol and picks it up. The gun weighs heavily in his hand. An end, befitting the last one of us. Interesting how it all unfolds as she said it would. Tightening his trembling hands around the gun, the cradle trains it straight at Yin. Easy. Just testing to see if I'm still alive. Scared, aren't you? On second thought, why would you be though? I'm pretty sure you have another one handy up your sleeve somewhere. But you should be. Because I'm one of the last Nighters prisoners. And it makes perfect sense that I die here. This time though, you won't find yourself another ship that will be able to carry you. It's time I said my last words now, isn't it? A shame indeed. Bang. Looking out of the city from the top of the observatory, one can see the white line where the sea and the sky meet just right beyond the port. Over at the top of the city sits a flower pond that's been out of maintenance for far too long. Ruffled by sudden gusts of wind, the water in the pond ripples away at the unkept wisterias. This is her favorite spot from which to enjoy a sweeping view of Kowloon, be it in the past or now. Plume might be the one governing and responsible for the city. But when her wings touch upon all that she can see now, she realizes that the city can give her no more in return than what she can give the city. Reciprocity. Such is the principle upon which everything operates. Following a tremor in the air, Baigui's projection appears by Chu. Ma'am, we're back from the ship. I saw them. The medics are still up at the observatory, and I've asked them to get the thing you need ready. Thank you, Baigui. Don't mention it, man. There's just this one thing I haven't quite wrapped my head around, though. What is it? Based on the information we have, those people living outside the city seem self-sufficient, and they even carried those central purification filters into the city. I was just wondering if we really had to go out of our way to do everything we have for them, their children. When they made the choice of fleeing home, while we were caught up in fighting the punishing. Well, I wonder if the people of Kowloon see us any differently, though. Kowloon treats all fairly, whether they once deserted the city and felt ashamed of being who they were, or had the burning urge in them to once again set foot in the city. We never hesitate to crucify those who have wronged or betrayed Kowloon. But a mother never turns away her children. Traversing the battle-scarred observatory and past the dimly lit ship, the wind carries on toward where the sea and the sky meet. I'm so sick of the ever-changing politics and all the mind games. The Science Council is developing this technology that they call Gestalt, and I'm going to join them. The only way to rid us of the imperfections in us and bring us ever closer to perfection is through absolute logic and rationality. Pathetic that never hit you all these years. That governance is nothing more than a relationship that's built upon the mutual pretense and imbecility of he who governs and he who is governed. No, you don't get it at all. You have no right to name her. Her name is Hua Shu, and she's going to be the only impeccable existence in this city. She never meant to blame her blood brother. Her pedigree and her birth in Kowloon are what set her life in stone. She was always meant to be one lone finch that sang only for Kowloon, and to the world, one is already one too many. What would have been her chosen path, though, had she had the privilege to choose her own course of life? You might have tried very hard to rid yourself of the imperfections in you and bring yourself ever closer to perfection, Villiers. Interesting how the machines you made turned out more human than you. No. Man. Anything else I can do for you? I just got a message from Fuxi saying that they're almost done with the data you need. Great. Do with it as I said. This might be a stupid question, but are we really just going to show people the data of Tabula Akasha? I see it as a way for us to express our gratitude to her. I see. Then there is just this other thing. We had a woman from Babylonia visiting us at Kowloon a few days ago that we'd never seen before. She went to the Niter first thing coming to Kowloon, and she seemed to have spoken with some people on the Niter. With it, Baigui's projection now shows a photograph. The picture is of a run-down breakfast canteen with a bizarrely dressed woman seemingly conversing with Chao Fang, who sits across her. Oh, it's her. I presume you know her, ma'am? Do you remember Du Hong? Du Hong. Du Hong from the Astroverse Bureau, I presume? Correct. But he died protecting the city, if my memory serves me correctly. Yes, except his wife took his name and lived on, because I asked her to not return to Kowloon to avoid the battle. She's aged quite a bit over the years. She hasn't reached out to us at all ever since. And she might not be the most active of people, but she does things with plans and never backs away from what's difficult, so I'm sure she knows what she wants out of her life. I see. I will take my leave now, ma'am. Following a wave of white noise, Baigui's voice vanishes. A smart strategist knows better than to get involved in the war itself. Past midnight, living souls are a rare sight down at the port by which the Niter is docked. Hanying stands quietly by the sea, sizing up the ship that many call their home. Hi, Hanying. Why, hello there. Fancy seeing you here. People kept saying had you left for Kowloon. Are you not going back to the Niter? I don't think I will. There are things I need to do in other parts of Kowloon. That's great. Interesting how home could be so close yet so far, no? And yourself, aren't you going back? The lone swan knows no home, and neither do we. I'm not going back, because there are things I need to do, just like you. So, where is Yo-Yo? She's got her own things to do on the Niter and in Kowloon. There are people she needs to protect now. She's not a kid anymore. Nodding her head, Du-Hong finds herself sizing up the Niter by Hanying's side. You should really pay Kowloon a visit sometime, though. I mean, who knows? Kowloon might just shine in all its former glory again somewhere down the road soon. Well, let's chat over some nice tea then. Me, of course. With a few light pats on Hanying's shoulder, Du-Hong walks away without casting another look. With it, Hanying finds herself alone again by the port. Rubbing the copper card in her hand, she gazes at the ship not so far away from her. With the card that reads 12 in her hand, she sees a hazy reflection of herself staring back this way from the surface of the water. The lone swan knows no home, as it stays but transiently in the pond of life. She can now tell reality from dream, and she can now tell life from death, which is why she no longer questions what a heart is, because her heart's very act of raising the question itself is an answer enough to the question. And now only one unanswered question left. The slap of the waves against the bank is reminiscent of time itself as it ticks away on the land that's Kowloon. Amidst the sound of the waves, the night grows darker still, until the green figure can be seen no more. I make home where my heart finds itself in peace. On that night, deep within the embrace of Mount Huai-Wu. Following the document she received a few days ago from an unknown sender, Du-Hong now finds herself at the doorstep of the Cradle's lab, located at the foot of the Grand Hall on the peak. From the look of it, the lab, hidden from sight below the Grand Hall, now parallels in size with the temple that stands above. Hidden all the way up the mountain and in the woods. Who would have guessed? And this is the source code. In the hulking vacuum tube that stands at over 12 meters tall is an object that any human with a normal vocabulary would have a hard time describing. With specks of light in all sorts of colors emanating through its cracks, the object is a hodgepodge of parts from printed wire boards with an entanglement of wires. On it is a plethora of monitors, showing views from different locations in the mountain and the vague figures making their way through the passage. The object can probably be best described as a gigantic heart, one consisting of wires and chips with data and electricity coursing through it as the blood. Aesthetics most likely wasn't a point of concern to the designer when this electric heart was first built, hence all the patches seen all over it. Totally goes to show the taste of that bunch of lunatics, I suppose. Du-Hong shakes her head, her fingers working away over the control panel in search of what she came to look for. Hey, are you seeing this? Yes, and the data is crystal clear. WashU Mechanoids, the North Asian Research Institute of Life, Science, and Evolution. They've got themselves a rowdy party, I see. Washu came up with the tabula Akasha, and it's obvious that these hackers are trying to copy that. They even went as far as stealing the technology that NARI had come up with on brain science. But they only ended up replicating a tiny little part of Villier's technology, which is why they weren't able to build a second Huashu and tabula Akasha. Nothing borrowed is ever groundbreaking. It never hurts to give things a try, no? I don't exactly have faith in something that a bunch of lunatics come up with. Do you believe in tabula Akasha? It doesn't really matter if I do. The hard drive sitting on the panel is now transferring data at top speed. With a dry hand, she rubs the hard drive with the same gentleness that befits either a crying newborn or an empty carnal shell. Well, live on as a bargaining chip for us then. I wonder who she was talking to there. There we go. Floating Reverie done. That was a long one. 5.5 hours. But it's done. It was an interesting chapter. I'm just happy. I'm happy that Hanying and Pulao got to reunite though. It was nice. It was good though. It was good. It feels like it'll be like a direct, like, it feels like Polaris Bond is just gonna be a direct connection to that, continuation from there or something. So I don't know how that's gonna really connect to the main story as a whole, but we'll see. Also, I have enough to pull now for something. I can try and pull for a weapon. Never mind, I don't have enough. I'm just kidding. Sad. Alrighty. Well, in any case, that's it for me for tonight. And then, long story. So the next time I do this, next time I play PGR, it'll be... Ooh. It's going to be on Chaos and Snarled. The number 21 Pharaoh patch. How long is this? 32. Clearance progress. Okay. So it's going to focus on Pharaoh here. I'm excited. I like 21, so I'm really looking forward to this one. Alrighty. That being said, that'll be it for me for tonight. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night wherever you're in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm not going to stream tomorrow, but Monday and Tuesday will be Yakuza. I'll be finishing up Yakuza 5. So, thanks, Zara. Have a nice sleep. Thank you, Tenkan. Thanks for sticking around for the entire stream. Appreciate it, brother. All right. Again, thank you for watching. Again, I hope you enjoyed the rest of the stream. Once again, another reminder: I'll be finishing up Yakuza for the next 1 or 2 streams after this one, just not tomorrow. All right. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you. Bye bye. See you next time. My throat.